Chapter 1043. Speaker Long was now inclined to believe that there was no problem with Hu Xiaoheng. Naturally, the problem was the director of the Secret Service, Hong Kong Quan, who was being monitored and investigated by Hu Xiaoheng. However, they couldn't arrest people at the ministerial level unless they had concrete evidence or witnesses. General Ji couldn't wait any longer. He ignored Speaker Long's complicated feelings and picked up the phone with a smile. "Old Long, quickly call Hong Kong Quan and ask him to leave the Special Operations Forces as soon as possible. I'll also call Xiaoheng and ask him to hand over the central control room to Zhou Qiyuan and report to me for isolation and interrogation. How does that sound?" Speaker Long nodded and said in a low voice, "Continue monitoring Hong Kong Quan's side." General Ji grinned from ear to ear and wished he could give Speaker Long a V sign. He dialed Hu Xiaoheng's number in high spirits. "Xiaoheng, I have reached an agreement with Speaker Long regarding today's matter. Hand over the authority of the central control room to Zhou Qiyuan and come to me. I need to isolate and interrogate you." General Ji's eyes were smiling when he said this. Speaker Long glared at him. He was speechless and annoyed. He turned around and called Hong Kong Quan. He tried to speak in a gentle tone. "Director Hong, the security clearance required for the central control room is too high. I don't think it's appropriate for you to take over. Our authorization letter has exceeded the scope of what we can authorize, so it is illegal and is now officially invalid. Please leave the central control room of the Special Operations Forces immediately. You are not allowed to step into the central control room until you have obtained security clearance." Hong Kong Quan's expression suddenly became very ugly. He didn't expect that the evidence he had carefully prepared would not be able to convince Speaker Long to do anything to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng put down the phone and saw that Hong Kong Quan's face was ashen. He curled his lips and raised his chin slightly. He said to Zhou Qiyuan, "I will hand over the central control room to you. Everyone here is at your disposal. Anyone who doesn't meet the requirements will be killed on the spot if they approach this door. Don't make the mistake of being soft-hearted like I did." His words were directed at Zhou Qiyuan, but his sharp eyes swept over the faces of the Secret Service members one by one. He firmly remembered their faces. Zhou Qiyuan immediately saluted. "Please rest assured, Chief. If anyone who doesn't meet the requirements wants to enter the central control room, they will have to step over my dead body." This was like a military pledge, expressing his determination to defend the central control room to the death. Hong Kong Quan put down his phone and looked at the Special Operations Forces military police around him, who were eyeing him covetously. He then looked at the small pistols in his own hands and finally stomped his feet. "Let's go." He led the Secret Service out of the Special Operations Forces headquarters like a gust of wind, just as they had arrived. Hu Xiaoheng nodded at Zhou Qiyuan, then turned to the 27 staff members in the central control room and said, "I have something to attend to at General Ji's place for a few days. I'll leave this place to Colonel Zhou Qiyuan. You have to obey his orders." "Roger, Chief." The 27 personnel in the room saluted in unison and watched Hu Xiaoheng leave. Zhou Qiyuan waved to the gendarmerie he brought with him. "Go check if the people from the Secret Service have taken anything. I will go to the central control room to complete the handover." Yin Shixiang only found out about what happened that night the next morning. His heart was burning with anxiety, but he couldn't leave his post to investigate Hu Xiaoheng's troubles. Zhao Liangze had been exiled by Hu Xiaoheng to a small island in the Cape of Good Hope in Africa. Even if he wanted to return, he couldn't without orders. After thinking about it, Yin Shixiang could only think of Gu Nianji, so he called her. "Nianji, where are you?" Yin Shixiang's first sentence was to ask. Gu Nianji was brought back to her suite in Hepingli by He Zhichu. He Zhichu knew that the Special Operations Forces had strict security measures there. Living there was even safer than living with him in school. Gu Nianji had just woken up and was still a bit groggy. She looked at Yin Shixiang sleepily and said, "I'm at home." "What's wrong?" Yin Shixiang snorted and put on his Bluetooth headset to talk to Gu Nianji. He asked, "What did you do yesterday?" Gu Nianji was speechless. She thought about it and decided not to cause trouble for Hu Xiaoheng. She only said, "I was sleeping at home." "What's wrong?" Yin Shixiang replied, "Oh." He wondered if he could tell Gu Nianji about Hu Xiaoheng's news. After all, Hu Xiaoheng's matters couldn't be told to outsiders. Yin Shixiang hesitated for a while but still swallowed his words. After chatting with Gu Nianji for a while, Yin Shixiang said he had work to do and hung up. Gu Nianji wasn't surprised. This kind of thing happened often. She immediately nodded. "Okay. Brother Xiong, remember to rest well and eat. Don't let Chi-Chi worry." Yin Shixiang saw that Gu Nianji could still think of Ma Chi-Chi at a time like this. His heart was filled with love and concern for her. His voice softened. "I know. You too." Yin Shixiang's call had actually woken Gu Nianji up. She couldn't sleep anymore, so she picked up her phone from the bedside table and started scrolling through it. Hong Kongwan returned to the Secret Service and locked himself in his office. He began smoking in a depressed mood. The staff of the Secret Service all knew that the director was feeling uncomfortable, so they were very careful not to disturb him. Hong Kongwan smoked 3 cigarettes in one go before exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. He picked up his phone and wanted to call the invalid number, but found that it was the same as before. It wouldn't go through. Hong Kongwan pondered as he played with his phone. The person probably meant that he shouldn't take the initiative to contact him. Instead, the other party should contact Hong Kongwan. This was good. Hong Kongwan looked at the document on his desk and slammed his fist on the desk. He refused to believe that he still couldn't bring down Hu Xiaoheng after all this. However, this document had already been reviewed by Senior Speaker Long. Senior Speaker Long was the most impartial person, so he definitely wouldn't treat Hu Xiaoheng differently like General Ji. Hong Kongwan laughed coldly and locked the document in the file cabinet. Hu Xiaoheng arrived at General Ji's office and stood very straight. Hu Xiaoheng, Chief of the Special Operations Forces, reporting for duty. General Ji looked up at him. "Come in and close the door." Hu Xiaoheng closed the door to General Ji's office and walked to General Ji's desk. He continued to stand in military posture. General Ji waved at him. "Sit. Don't be nervous." Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. He wouldn't tell General Ji that he wasn't nervous at all. Sitting in the chair in front of General Ji's desk, General Ji took out the operation report that Hu Xiaoheng had written after returning from the United States and threw it in front of him. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Although General Ji had vouched for Hu Xiaoheng in front of Senior Speaker Long, because of the evidence and materials that Hong Kongwan had produced, General Ji carefully looked at the operation report that Hu Xiaoheng had written. With one look, he could also see that Hu Xiaoheng had concealed some parts of the operation report. Or rather, he had glossed over some parts that he hadn't mentioned in detail. It was somewhat suspicious. It wasn't that he had done anything wrong to the country or the military, but rather that General Ji didn't want his subordinates to hide anything from him. Hu Xiaoheng's experience in the United States was indeed difficult to explain in a few words. Moreover, he had indeed concealed some of his encounters. For example, he hadn't mentioned a single word about the collaboration with James, the director of the Asian Intelligence Division of the CIA. James was the highest-ranking informant in the CIA, even higher than the informant that Bai Yuxing had betrayed. Hu Xiaoheng had promised James that the deal between the two of them would only be known by the two of them and that he wouldn't betray the other. In their line of work, not everything could be announced. There were many secrets that could be taken to the grave. For example, the founder of their line of work refused to write his memoirs in his later years and didn't leave any political will after his death. There were also some contacts that he had developed, but with his death, they also lost contact with the Huaxia Empire. Because these people weren't Huaxia people, they only recognized this founder and only had one-way contact with him. They didn't have any intention of doing anything for the Huaxia Empire. The relationship between Hu Xiaoheng and James was already somewhat similar to that of a founder. He sat upright in front of General Ji and calmly maintained his silence. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 1044. Why aren't you saying anything? General Ji slammed his hand on the table. Don't tell me that Hong Kong Chuan's report is all true. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. Xiaoheng, do you have any difficulties? General Ji frowned and looked at Hu Xiaoheng. In the beginning, our country only had the Secret Service as an intelligence agency. It dealt with spies within the country and dealt with intelligence overseas. It dealt with both sides at the same time. However, the Secret Service has inherent limitations because it is a public department of the country. This is enough to greatly restrict its operations abroad. Many times, it can't respond in time and can't effectively protect national interests. Therefore, Speaker Long and I propose that the military establish a new secret intelligence agency under the command of the military. It would only have the authority to gather intelligence on foreign countries. It would have more and more unrestricted authority than the Secret Service abroad. In exchange, we would not allow the Special Operations Forces to intervene in any domestic affairs. In other words, the Huaxia Empire's intelligence agency actually had two groups. They worked together and checked and balanced each other. At the same time, it ensured that the people above had multiple sources of intelligence and minimized the situation of being biased. Moreover, intelligence work was so important that it could affect the whole situation. They set it up like this to be more complete. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. If we want to intervene in domestic affairs, we must obtain permission and authorization from the military and the Senate. Just like the special cases that appeared during the two elections. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes flashed with sarcasm. General Ji didn't miss his expression and said awkwardly, "It's good that you know." So, is there anything else you can't say to me? We are comrades in the same trench. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it and said carefully, "General Ji, I've written everything that can be written in the report. I didn't hide anything." General Ji glanced at him and instantly understood what he meant. In other words, the rest couldn't be written in the report. There really was something he didn't know. General Ji's heart sank. He said to Hu Xiaoheng seriously, "Xiaoheng, you have to think this through. If you really hide anything or leave out anything, it will be very difficult for me to speak up for you." In front of Speaker Long, General Ji swore to protect him with his dignity and military rank, but that didn't mean he had to pretend that everything was fine. He trusted and vouched for him, not because he was his beloved general and direct subordinate, but because he believed that he was a person who had made great contributions to the country and the military, and he had never done anything wrong to the country or the military. If there really was a problem with Hu Xiaoheng, General Ji would never let it go. No matter how much his heart ached, he would still hand him over. Even Zhuge Liang could kill Ma Su without shedding tears, let alone him. To them, the most important thing was still the interests of the country and the military. General Ji was very clear about this. Hu Xiaoheng also understood very well that Hong Kong had caused such a ruckus. It seemed like the United States had made a move. The information obtained by the Secret Service's field personnel was not known if James had been discovered, or if it was the CIA's usual method. They often gave some specious things to muddy the waters of other countries and sow discord. Those who fell into the trap were not necessarily traitors or traitors. They might just be stupid people. But the problem was that when a stupid person did something wrong, it was no less destructive than when a bad person intentionally did something evil. Hu Xiaoheng's mind raced, and he thought of someone. He said calmly, "General Ji, are you sure you want me to write everything in the report?" Aren't you afraid of causing disputes between countries? General G asked, is it that serious? I'll tell you. Listen carefully. If you think it's okay to write it in the report, I can add in the missing parts, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. During my time in the United States, I killed a person. It was the former director of the CIA's Asian Intelligence Division, Sean. General G sucked in a breath of cold air before quickly coming back to his senses. He slapped the table excitedly. Sean. The intelligence genius who was once praised by the CIA to be unparalleled. Did he really die by your hands? After careful investigation, the time of this person's death happened to be the time when Hu Xiaoheng went missing in the United States. Hu Xiaoheng nodded slightly, his eyes dancing with joy. If you're not afraid of getting into trouble and not afraid of people finding out about this, then I'll write it in the operation report. From how he laid out the plan, how he approached, and how he made his move, he could write it all down. But the problem was, from the national level, could they really accept this fact? Because once it was written in the operation report, it meant that General G wasn't the only one who saw the news. There would be many more people in the future. The more people who knew, the more likely it was to be leaked. Hu Xiaoheng was well aware of this, so he didn't think about hiding Gu Nianji's identity as the Pink Piggy forever. He sealed that piece of information only to wait for the storm to pass before revealing it to the higher-ups. But his one-way connection with James would never be revealed. As expected, General G thought about it for a long time, then waved his hand. I understand. Xiaoheng, I trust you completely. Sean's death, you explained to me the ambiguity in the operation report, and it also proved that the information Hong Kongquan's people obtained was very likely the enemy stirring up trouble with the intention of sowing discord within our internal organization. General G is wise. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. But how are you going to explain to Speaker Long? Regarding Sean's death, it's up to you to decide whether or not you can reveal it. If the United States really finds out in the future, I'm willing to pay any price for my country. What nonsense are you talking about? When the two armies fought, Sean couldn't defeat you, so he deserved to die. So many of our intelligence personnel died at the hands of the Americans. Did we seek justice from them? In the past, our skills were inferior, so we had to swallow our losses. Now that their skills are inferior, they should be the ones to swallow their losses. General G valued Hu Xiaoheng more and more. Don't worry, you can rest here with me for the next few days. When the election is over, I'll talk to Speaker Long again. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. I still have a lot of things to do. General G, can you give me a computer that can be connected to the network? He had just erased the AI program in the surveillance software, so he hadn't completely restored the data hidden by the AI program. He could take advantage of the period when Speaker Long asked General G to isolate and investigate him to concentrate on finding the hidden data here. As a result, Hong Kongquan's carefully planned operation almost ended in failure. He didn't get control of the central control room, nor did he have the opportunity to erase the AI language instructions in the surveillance software. Hu Xiaoheng should have already discovered the problem with the surveillance software, but fortunately, the United States reacted quickly. A cyber war greatly hindered Hu Xiaoheng's ability to restore the data. Now he was taken away by General G for some unknown purpose. But as long as he didn't come into contact with the central control room, he should be safe. Hong Kongquan touched the tracking chip on the back of his neck, his expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had never thought of betraying his country. He only wanted to get back the honor and power that belonged to him. Gu Nianji hadn't been able to contact Hu Xiaoheng for the past 2 days. After hearing from Yin Shixiang, she knew that Hu Xiaoheng had probably gone on a mission, so she was slightly relieved. However, it was boring to stay at home alone, so she decided to go to the Senate and continue working as an intern in Speaker Long's secretariat to accumulate some experience. He Jichu saw that Hu Xiaoheng had concealed Gu Nianji's incident from that night in a timely manner, and the people in the United States were still confused, so he didn't object. Because she had already rested at home for 2 days, the wound on her face should have healed by now, so she didn't wear a mask and went to work. Special Assistant Yang was still on a long vacation. The new Special Assistant who had replaced Special Assistant Yang was surnamed Zhuang, so they all called him Special Assistant Zhuang. He was 2 years older than Special Assistant Yang, married a long time ago, and had a child who was already in elementary school. Special Assistant Zhuang was a very modest person and usually got along well with everyone in the Senate. He and Special Assistant Yang had come to the Senate Secretariat the same year, but Special Assistant Yang had been more capable and had been promoted faster than him. But in the Secretariat, he was the only other person besides Special Assistant Yang. When Gu Nianji came to work, Special Assistant Zhuang quickly went up to greet her and asked with concern, "Little Gu, the wound on your face has healed." He glanced at Gu Nianji and noticed that her skin was rosy and delicate. It didn't look like she had been beaten up that day at all. It should be completely healed. Gu Nianji nodded and smiled. "It's fine. Thank you for your concern, Special Assistant Zhuang." "That's good." Special Assistant Zhuang breathed a sigh of relief and also smiled. "If a little girl like you had been disfigured because of this incident, we wouldn't have let that Chao spokesperson get away with it." "I'm so happy to hear that, Special Assistant Zhuang. I was worried that a little intern like me would be bullied for nothing." Gu Nianji smiled and was also very polite to Special Assistant Zhuang. Special Assistant Zhuang smiled and chatted with her for a bit before leading her to another place. It was a small, semi-independent office. The entire outer wall of the office was made of glass, so she could see the various small workrooms in the lobby. Gu Nianji was both surprised and happy. She had her own private office. Special Assistant Zhuang explained with a smile, "Speaker Long entrusted you to me and said that you are a specialist in the legal field. I thought about it and realized that our secretariat does have some legal matters that need to be handled by a specialist. However, these legal documents all have a certain level of confidentiality and can't be placed in the lobby. Although you are an intern and normally don't have your own private office, your work is special, so I asked Speaker Long to arrange this small, unused office for you. From now on, those legal documents will be placed here for you. Make sure you take care of them properly." Gu Nianji secretly praised Special Assistant Zhuang for being a good person. He was clearly giving her a discount, but he still acted as if he had no choice to do so to show that he wasn't abusing his power for personal gain. But then again, legal matters were indeed Gu Nianji's specialty, and it was also her interest. She had never thought about being a secretary for the rest of her life. After Special Assistant Zhuang arranged an office for her, he took her to see Speaker Long. At the door of Speaker Long's office, she saw a few tall men in navy suits clustered around a slightly shorter, stocky man. There was also a beautiful woman standing next to the man. It was Tan Guiren. Special Assistant Zhuang quickly stepped forward and said to the shorter man, "Director Hong, how can I help you?" The man turned to look at Special Assistant Zhuang and said somewhat impatiently, "Miss Tan and I were both invited by Speaker Long. It's almost time, but Speaker Long seems to still be in a meeting." He looked at his watch and was a bit annoyed. His time was also very precious. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed. "Director Hong." She quickly went through the names of all the cabinet ministers in her mind and remembered that the only minister with the surname Hong was Hong Kongquan from the Secret Service. He was the person Tan Guiren said had suggested Hu Xiaoheng go to the United States to rescue her. But why would Hong Kongquan appear in the Senate with Tan Guiren? And he even said that Speaker Long had invited them. This was the first update. Today was the second update. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 7 p.m., the second update. Dear friends, please update tomorrow. PS. Thank you to the Alliance leader, Fish G, for tipping 50,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to the Alliance leader Enigma Yangxi for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to the Alliance leader Beth 1211 for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. P.S. Intelligence agencies all have external functions. I didn't expect that some friends didn't know much about these agencies, so I gave them some general knowledge. There were actually many intelligence agencies in the Huaxia Empire. Simplifying them here into 2 agencies was done artistically. Chapter 1045. Gu Nianji thought about how Hua Xiaoheng had asked Fan Jian to send her away right after the cyber war ended 2 nights ago. Then, Hua Xiaoheng had disappeared as well. But this time, she didn't chase after people to ask about Hua Xiaoheng's whereabouts like she did in Germany. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. That was exactly what she was talking about. Gu Nianji thought about it and couldn't help walking up to them. Are the 2 of you here to wait for Speaker Long? Please wait in the guest room over there. Once Speaker Long's meeting is over, he will be able to see the 2 of you immediately. No matter what, Gu Nianji planned to send the 2 of them away first and then find a way to get some information out of Tan Guiren. Hong Kongquan looked at Gu Nianji coldly and ignored her. He frowned at Special Assistant Zhuang. Give me an exact time. Tan Guiren felt that Hong Kongquan was being too rude and asked Gu Nianji embarrassedly, Miss Gu, are you here to see Speaker Long as well? Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. I am an intern here. I am responsible for entertaining you. Then, she turned to Special Assistant Zhuang and said, Secretary Zhuang, how about we invite Director Hong and Miss Tan to sit in the guest room over there? Special Assistant Zhuang was only a special assistant. He was still a step away from becoming a secretary. However, when Gu Nianji called him that, it touched his heart. Reaching the position of secretary in the secretariat was the highest he could go. Special Assistant Yang had been a special assistant for 5 years and still hadn't advanced to become a secretary. Special Assistant Zhuang nodded with a smile. Nianji, help entertain Director Hong and Miss Tan. I will go check on Speaker Long's situation. Hong Kongquan had no choice. Seeing that Tan Guiren had already followed Gu Nianji to the guest room, he had no choice but to follow. Gu Nianji and Tan Guiren acted like they knew each other very well. She smiled and asked quietly, Miss Tan, what time did you have an appointment with Speaker Long? 9 o'clock. Tan Guiren frowned slightly. Actually, it's still 10 minutes away. I don't know why Director Hong is in such a hurry. Gu Nianji replied, oh. She didn't dare compliment Director Hong's character anymore. She curled her lips almost imperceptibly and led Tan Guiren into the guest room. Originally, she had wanted to get some information out of her, but she saw Hong Kongquan follow her in and say to her rudely, Miss Gu, can you go see if Speaker Long's meeting is over? We have our own matters to attend to, but you can't meet us on time. Gu Nianji wasn't so polite to Hong Kongquan. She turned around and asked calmly, Director Hong, may I ask what time Speaker Long arranged to meet with you? Hong Kongquan paused for a moment and said, 9 o'clock. He raised his wrist and pointed at his watch. Look, what time is it now? 10 minutes to 9. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. The agreed time hasn't arrived yet. I don't understand why Director Hong is complaining that our Speaker Long is not punctual. Just 10 minutes. Hong Kongquan's face darkened. He realized that this insignificant intern had such a glib tongue that he was able to throw a bucket of dirty water at him. He clasped his hands behind his back in displeasure. When did I ever complain about Speaker Long being unpunctual? Don't take it out of context. Gu Nianji shrugged. You just said it yourself, you have an appointment, but you can't meet us on time. Isn't that complaining that our Speaker Long is unpunctual? Actually, you are the one who is unpunctual. Hong Kongquan finally remembered who Gu Nianji was. He couldn't help squinting. Aren't you the girl under Hu Xiaohing's guardianship? Why are you interning at the Senate? I remember that you studied law. Director Hong has a good memory. Gu Nianji mocked him with a half-smile. Hu Xiao is no longer my guardian. Your memory must have stopped at 7 years ago, right? Besides, I have already graduated with a master's degree. It's only right for me to intern at the Senate. Hong Kongquan was displeased by Gu Nianji's retort. He pursed his lips and ignored her. He sat on the sofa alone and picked up the newspaper on the coffee table in front of him to flip through it. Tan Guiren didn't like the atmosphere there. She stood up and asked Gu Nianji, "Miss Gu, may I ask if there is a bathroom here?" Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. This was a good opportunity. She quickly said, "It's not far from here. I'll take Miss Tan there." Tan Guiren nodded. "Thank you." Hong Kongquan's entire face was hidden behind the newspaper, so Gu Nianji couldn't see his face at all. Gu Nianji didn't care about Hong Kongquan's attitude. She took Tan Guiren out, turned left, and walked straight. After 2 turns, they arrived at the women's bathroom. Once the door was closed, there would be no surveillance. Gu Nianji waited for Tan Guiren to go in before opening each cubicle in the bathroom to make sure there was no one else there. She smiled and asked, "Miss Tan, did Speaker Long ask you to come alone or with Director Hong?" Tan Guiren entered a cubicle and locked the door. She took care of her own business before coming out. As she washed her hands, she said to Gu Nianji, "I don't know about Director Hong's situation. I heard that Speaker Long personally called me and asked me to come at 9 this morning. He said he had something to ask me." "Then wasn't Director Hong with you?" Gu Nianji asked in surprise. According to Tan Guiren, Speaker Long asked her to come alone. Tan Guiren didn't understand what was going on either. She muttered, "I met Director Hong at the entrance of the Senate building. He said he happened to have something to see Speaker Long, so he came with me. So that means Speaker Long only asked you to come alone." Gu Nianji was so angry that she laughed. Hong Kongquan was such a dramatic person. He even wanted to ride on Tan Guiren's coattails. From his tone just now, Gu Nianji thought it was Speaker Long who asked him to come. He was still muttering to himself, not understanding how the two of them got together, so she hadn't been wrong. Someone was trying to ride on someone else's coattails. Gu Nianji handed Tan Guiren a tissue to wipe her hands and asked with a smile, "Speaker Long asked you to come here because he wanted you to work in the Senate Secretariat." "That's how I was tricked by Speaker Long to come here." Tan Guiren also smiled and took the tissue to wipe her hands. She threw it in the trash can and said, "I don't have Miss Gu's skills. I only know how to play the violin. Speaker Long wouldn't want me to work here. Speaker Long asked me to come here today because he wanted to ask me about how I was rescued by Major General Hua in the United States." Gu Nianji's heart tightened, but she maintained a curious smile on her face. Oh. Why would Speaker Long ask about it? Major General Hua's mission was highly confidential. Also, didn't Hu Xiao write a report to them after he returned? Tan Guiren also frowned when she said that. She recalled that Hu Xiaohing had said almost the same thing to her in the United States, especially when he had met with that American. "I don't know about that either. Actually, I don't know much about Major General Hua in the United States. In short, I'll answer whatever Speaker Long asks. If I can't answer, then I'll just shut up." Tan Guiren's thinking was very simple. Gu Nianji thought that as long as Hong Kongquan wasn't around, it would be better for her to accompany Speaker Long and listen to Tan Guiren talk about the United States. Who knew when this silly girl would say something inappropriate? Gu Nianji didn't dare take the risk. At that moment, she was glad that she had come to work today. Otherwise, she didn't know what kind of big mistake would have occurred. Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It was only 2 minutes to 9. She simply grabbed Tan Gyron's arm. It's almost time. I'll take you to see Speaker Long. Tan Gyron froze for a moment. She walked forward with Gu Nianji holding her arm. Confused, she said, but Director Hong is still in the reception room. Speaker Long didn't invite Director Hong, so of course I'll take you to see Speaker Long first. Gu Nianji insisted that Hong Kongquan hadn't received an invitation from Speaker Long and didn't give him any chance to explain. By the time Hong Kongquan was restless in the reception room and realized that it was already 10 minutes past 9, Gu Nianji had already brought Tan Gyron to stand in front of Speaker Long's desk. This was the second watch. Today was the second watch. A reminder for your monthly and recommendation votes. Chapter 1046. Speaker Long's timing was still very precise. The regular meeting was held at 8:30 in the morning and ended in half an hour, just in time for Tan Gyron to ask about the situation in the United States. However, when Gu Nianji came in with Tan Gyron, Speaker Long was still stunned. His gaze instinctively looked at Gu Nianji's face, the side of her face that had been beaten swollen by the spokesman of the office of the Prime Minister. Her skin was as smooth as jade and without a single blemish. Of course, there were no signs of swelling from the beating. Speaker Long nodded with relief and said very kindly, "Nianji, are your injuries all healed?" Tan Gyron's heart skipped a beat and she quickly looked at Gu Nianji with a pleading expression. In order to prevent Gu Nianji from suing her parents, she had told her the most shameful experience of her life. Gu Nianji understood what she meant and winked at her, then looked at Speaker Long with a smile. "Thank you for your concern, Speaker Long. My injuries are all healed. With Dr. Chen from the military treating me, what else do you have to worry about?" She had intentionally dragged Chen Lai out to prove that it was all thanks to the doctor that her injuries had healed so quickly and perfectly. Speaker Long nodded in realization. "Yes, that kid Chen Lai is really amazing. Nianji, I'm relieved that you're fine." He also didn't want a beautiful girl to have her face ruined at his place. Even if he stood up for her and sued the spokesperson who hit her, she would never be able to recover her disfigured face. Fortunately, she was fine. Speaker Long felt that this was the only good news in the past few days. Recently, all kinds of accidents had occurred frequently, and he was almost badly battered. Speaker Long looked at Tan Gyron and smiled kindly. "Miss Tan, thank you for agreeing to see me." He was looking for Tan Gyron to clarify some things with her, not to use his status to pressure her. Because Tan Gyron looked a little uneasy, Speaker Long was worried that he had scared her. Tan Gyron's uneasiness wasn't because of Speaker Long's call, but because of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's hand pressed firmly on her shoulder as she pulled Tan Gyron to sit on the two soft stools in front of Speaker Long's desk. She said to Speaker Long, "Speaker Long, Miss Tan said that you invited her to speak with you. I saw that it was about time, so I sent her in." As she spoke, Gu Nianji assumed the posture of taking notes and said to Speaker Long in a very familiar manner, "Go ahead and ask, I'll record it for you." If Speaker Long wanted to ask questions, he definitely couldn't ask them alone. Every job he did had to be recorded, even if it was just interrogating Tan Gyron. Speaker Long had originally wanted to ask Special Assistant Zhuang to help him take notes, but seeing how enthusiastic Gu Nianji was, and considering that she worked in law, it would be more appropriate for her to take notes. Because Speaker Long wasn't sure if this matter would lead to legal disputes in the future, it was better to prepare for a rainy day. Speaker Long reminded Gu Nianji, "Remember to record according to the law. All the information I have here is legally binding." Gu Nianji nodded furiously. She knew this, so she pretended to be familiar with him and recommended herself. Speaker Long saw that Gu Nianji was smart and sensible, so he didn't say anything more. He turned to look at Tan Gyron and began to ask her, "Miss Tan, I specifically asked you to come here today to ask you about your disappearance in the United States." Tan Gyron's heart sank. She didn't really want to talk about this at all. She looked at Gu Ninji pleadingly. Gu Ninji didn't look at her. She lowered her head to take notes, but from the corner of her eye, she saw Tan Gairen's expression. Gu Ninji's eyes flashed, and after writing a few words, she looked up and said, "Speaker Long, I saw online about Miss Tan's disappearance in the United States. I remember that Prime Minister Tan was still in the midst of the election at the time, and because of Miss Tan's disappearance, he even gained a wave of sympathy online." Tan Guiren was so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her head. Speaker Long was slightly taken aback. When he looked at Tan Guiren again, there was already some pity in his eyes. His voice became even more amiable. "Miss Tan, you don't have to feel burdened. I'm not asking you what exactly happened. That is your personal privacy, and I completely understand." Tan Guiren nodded slightly and said quietly, "Thank you, Speaker Long, for your understanding." Gu Ninji secretly gave Tan Guiren a thumbs up. If she had said this to a lawyer, the lawyer on the other side would have completely torn apart a little white rabbit like Tan Guiren. But it just so happened to be very suitable for Speaker Long. Because Speaker Long came from a political career, he was extremely particular about privacy and human rights. Tan Guiren indicated that she didn't want to talk about the details of her disappearance, so Speaker Long had to respect her wishes. Moreover, Gu Ninji added fuel to the fire on the side to flatter him. "Miss Tan, don't worry. Our Speaker Long isn't the kind of person who asks for gossip. When he asks you questions, he will ask them openly, and not the kind of private things that will embarrass you." Speaker Long almost laughed out loud at Gu Ninji's words. He really hadn't misjudged this young girl. Her words were full of needles, and every word she said was a trap for him. She was afraid that he would ask something he shouldn't ask. He didn't feel offended. Instead, he admired Gu Ninji even more. "That's right, Miss Tan. I will ask honest questions, and I won't be like those unscrupulous reporters who forget their own journalistic ethics in order to gain attention." Speaker Long thought of Kai Song-yin and couldn't help feeling even more emotional. Although Kai Song-yin wasn't a good media person herself, the daughter she raised was indeed very different from her. At least Speaker Long didn't hate Tan Guiren, but he hated Kai Song-yin's manipulation of the media. Gu Ninji also thought of Kai Song-yin, but Tan Guiren didn't seem to notice. She had a serious expression on her face as she kept nodding. "Speaker Long, you are so right. I rarely watch the news because my mommy said that most of the news is fake, so I don't need to watch it." "Oh. So that's what Mrs. Tan said." Speaker Long clasped his hands and rested them on the desk as he asked with great interest. Gu Ninji held back her laughter and brought the topic back without a trace. "Mrs. Tan does things that are related to herself well and accurately. I really have nothing to say about it. That's why when I only watched the news, I only knew that Miss Tan went missing in the United States and was later found by our people. Wasn't there news on TV that Miss Tan was sent back by our people on a private plane?" It was that piece of news that almost broke Gu Ninji down. She remembered herself crying so hard that she couldn't control herself, and her heart ached. However, on the surface, she was already able to remain indifferent. When she mentioned that piece of news, it was as if it had nothing to do with her. In reality, neither of the two people here knew how much that piece of news had affected her. Tan Guiren revealed a shy expression and mustered the courage to whisper, "Yes, I have to thank Major General Hua. If it weren't for him, I would definitely have died in the hands of the American kidnappers." Speaker Long also became serious and continued the conversation between the two people. "Miss Tan, do you still remember what happened after you were rescued by Major General Hua? To be honest, I saw the live broadcast of the American police rescuing you. Was Major General Hua among those who rescued you?" Tan Guiren remembered that scene clearly. She thought for a moment, then bit her lower lip and said, "Can I say these things?" At the time, Major General Huo instructed me to keep this matter highly confidential. Speaker Long thought about it. You can say it here. I will treat it as top secret. As he spoke, he glanced at Gu Nianji. Nianji, your security clearance. Gu Nianji immediately said, Speaker Long, my security clearance is enough. If you don't believe me, you can check it immediately. If I'm lying, you can shoot me on the spot. Hu Xiaoheng had told her that one of the purposes of marrying her was to quickly increase her security clearance. She remembered it clearly and believed that Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't lie to her about this. Speaker Long nodded. Of course I will check it. However, he didn't harp on this matter and turned to look at Tan Guiren. I will only ask you a few questions. If you can answer them, answer them. If you can't, then don't speak. Is that okay? Tan Guiren nodded firmly. Yes, Speaker Long. Speaker Long considered it and asked, that night, when you were rescued by the American police, where was Major General Hua? Was he with you, or? Tan Guiren thought that since Speaker Long had already seen the situation on TV, it shouldn't be impossible to say. But before she said it, she still looked at Gu Nianji carefully. Speaker Long saw this look, and his eyes darkened as he stared at Gu Nianji. It was unclear what he was thinking. Gu Nianji secretly groaned. As expected, people like Tan Guiren were double-edged swords. When you used her naive and innocent to trick others, she would also use her naive and innocent to trick you. Fortunately, Gu Nianji had studied Tan Guiren thoroughly and had prepared several ways to deal with her. She said calmly, Miss Tan, don't be afraid. What kind of person is Speaker Long? He said he wouldn't say anything, and he won't say anything. She discreetly explained that Tan Guiren was secretly looking at her as Tan Guiren was worried about her privacy being exposed. Tan Guiren sighed in relief and looked at Speaker Long. She whispered. If Speaker Long watched the TV, he would know that Major General Huo was surrounded by the American police when he rescued me. They thought he was a kidnapper. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched as she quickly recorded it. And then, Speaker Long was most concerned about whether Hu Xiaoheng was captured. Those American police were very annoying. They wouldn't listen to my explanations and were in a hurry to capture Major General Hua. But Major General Hua was very powerful, and he escaped quickly. Tan Guiren wanted to show that Hu Xiaoheng was very powerful, so she added, and he went to my home in Long Island to visit me the next day. He went to see you the next day. There were so many American police officers that night, and there seemed to be soldiers as well. Didn't he get caught? Then how was his mental and physical state? Speaker Long asked in detail. No, Major General Hua is so powerful. How could the American military and police catch him? They're not on the same level at all. Tan Guiren spread her hands and blurted out, but he was slightly injured. It's just a superficial wound, nothing serious. Tan Guiren seemed to have transformed into Hu Xiaoheng's fangirl and was full of respect and admiration for his abilities. Speaker Long was speechless. Why did he suddenly feel that his confidence in Hu Xiaoheng wasn't as much as that of a silly girl like Tan Guiren? This was the first night watch. Today was the third night watch. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Special recommendation votes. Today is Monday, so recommendation votes are very important. Monthly votes of 3,000 plus updates at 1 p.m., and the third night watch will be at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Beth1211 for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Chapter 1047. Speaker Long rubbed his right hand shamefully and asked with a smile, but from the time you were rescued to the time you returned, was it 1 or 2 months? Has Major General Hua been in contact with you all this time? Yes. He visits me every few days, Tan Guiren blurted out, then looked at Gu Nianji guiltily. Speaker Long completely understood what she meant and also dispelled the doubts he had about Gu Nianji earlier. He smiled and said, "Miss Tan, don't worry. Miss Gu has already broken up with Major General Hua, right?" Nianji. Because of Gu Nianji's reminder, Tan Guiren didn't mention why Hua Xiaoheng went to her home in Changdao. Of course, she didn't mention James either. She actually didn't know the name of the person Hua Xiaoheng met, but Speaker Long was satisfied with her words. Gu Nianji's heart was filled with jealousy. But she also knew that this wasn't the time to be jealous. Moreover, Hua Xiaoheng went to the United States to save Tan Guiren on a mission. She really didn't believe that with Hua Xiaoheng's professional standards, he would flirt around like 007 in the movies. Moreover, in Speaker Long's eyes, she and Hua Xiaoheng had broken up, so she had no right to be jealous. Therefore, Gu Nianji tried her best to maintain a calm expression. She tried her best to focus her thoughts and not limit them to the jealousy between the two of them. After all, she was now facing Tan Guiren, a bomb that could explode at any moment. Gu Nianji's head hurt as soon as she thought about this. She could tell that Tan Guiren wasn't someone who could hide secrets. If she could get information out of her today, others could get it out of her tomorrow. Also, Tan Guiren didn't seem like someone who knew what was important. With Gu Nianji by her side today, she might be able to understand what to say and what not to say. Without Gu Nianji by her side in the future, how could she be vigilant about what to say and what not to say? Gu Nianji couldn't follow Tan Guiren around 24 hours a day. Wouldn't she be able to live her own life? So what should she do to solve the problem of Tan Guiren being saved by Hua Xiaoheng once and for all? She didn't even have to worry that Tan Guiren would say something she shouldn't if someone tried to get information out of Tan Guiren. So many thoughts flashed through Gu Nianji's mind, but it only took a moment. She met Speaker Long's gaze and suddenly remembered that the senator's greatest ability was to brainwash people. Every speech they gave was basically a brainwashing session. The more thorough the brainwashing, the more votes they would get. As for Tan Guiren, could she use the same method? In fact, brainwashing is a popular term. The real academic explanation was to reconstruct memories in the target's mind until the target completely accepted and believed the reconstructed facts of the outside world. Then, the reconstructed memories would be regarded as the truth, completely covering the truth itself. Gu Nianji didn't want Tan Guiren to remember the truth of this matter, so she wanted to try to help her reconstruct her memory. In a flash, Gu Nianji had already found a solution. This was relatively advanced knowledge in psychology. Gu Nianji had attended psychology classes and read some textbooks when she was an undergraduate. But she had never tried it on anyone else. In a moment of desperation, she didn't know if it would work, but if she didn't try, she would never succeed. Gu Nianji made up her mind and met Speaker Long's gaze with a smile. "Yes, we are not in a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship right now." She could clearly feel Tan Guiren breathe a huge sigh of relief. Tan Guiren should be in a relaxed state of mind right now, so Gu Nianji took the opportunity to stare into her eyes and ask, "But Miss Tan, those police officers saw you being held hostage by kidnappers. In order to catch the kidnappers, didn't they continue to question you?" "Of course they did." Tan Guiren recalled the American police officers and the CIA who visited her house from time to time. She pouted. "They were so annoying. I didn't tell them who the kidnappers were, but they said I had Stockholm Syndrome. How could I not know what was good for me? Major General Hua wasn't the person who kidnapped me. I told them so many times, but they just didn't believe me." Gu Nianji's professional habits kicked in. She couldn't help but ask before Speaker Long could speak, "You told the American police and the CIA that the person who came to rescue you was Major General Hua?" This was getting out of hand. Wouldn't the Americans be furious? Speaker Long also became serious. "Tan Guiren, did you really say that?" Tan Guiren quickly waved her hands and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, no, you misunderstood. At the time, I didn't know he was Major General Hua. When he rushed into that small building to rescue me, he only said that my father had sent him to rescue me. Before that, I didn't know him at all. Later, when he came to visit me, he didn't say who he was, so how would I know? I only emphasized to the American military and police that the person who came to rescue me that night was not the kidnappers. As she spoke, she still felt very wronged. But they just didn't believe me and kept saying I had Stockholm Syndrome. I was so angry. Later, when they came to find me, I didn't say anything. They couldn't force me anyway. The corners of Tan Gyron's mouth turned up. She was very proud of her actions. Gu Nianji sighed in relief and gave her a thumbs up. Miss Tan, you're so amazing. Then she asked, so many American police and the CIA went to your home to question you. Did you happen to run into Major General Hua? As Gu Nianji spoke, she looked at Speaker Long from the corner of her eye. As expected, Speaker Long was listening carefully. From his body language, she could tell that Speaker Long was very interested in this question. And it was the most interesting topic out of all the questions today. Gu Nianji's eyes turned and suddenly understood why Speaker Long wanted to question Tan Guiren. Speaker Long suspected that Hu Xiaoheng had inappropriate contact with the enemy when he was in the United States, right? After confirming this, the focus of Gu Nianji's brainwashing became even more obvious. Miss Tan, when you returned to your home in the United States, did the American military and CIA come to find you? Yes. What did you tell them? I told them that the person wasn't the kidnappers and asked them to stop asking. The real kidnappers had already been killed by that person. Then did you know who that person was at that time? Tan Guiren thought about it. I don't know. Gu Nianji didn't stop and continued to ask, the American military and CIA came to find you because of the kidnappers? Yes. Then did you tell them who the kidnappers were? No. I don't know them. Tan Gyron's answer was much faster than before. Gu Nianji then asked in a different direction, when the American military and CIA came to find you, did they encounter the person who saved you? No. That person is very powerful. Every time he appears, no one knows, Tan Guiren answered without hesitation. That means he has his own freedom of movement, his own residence, and hiding in the dark to protect you, right? Yes, he has his own freedom of movement, his own residence, and hiding in the dark to protect me. Tan Guiren repeated Gu Nianji's questions with almost every command and action. Speaker Long saw that Gu Nianji was asking about the situation from all angles and couldn't help admiring her even more. She was a good seedling. He didn't need to say it out loud, but she could consider everything for him. She was so thoughtful. Speaker Long felt that even if he asked personally, he wouldn't be as detailed as Gu Nianji. As expected of an outstanding courtroom debate talent. Under Speaker Long's intense gaze, Tan Guiren became more and more nervous, and she became more and more familiar with Gu Nianji's questions and answers. After 15 minutes, Gu Nianji stopped repeating questions from all angles. In those 15 minutes, she only kept emphasizing one fact. Although the American military and CIA kept interrogating Tan Guiren, she didn't know Hu Xiaoheng's identity at the time, so she didn't reveal any secrets. And Hu Xiaoheng had never encountered the American military and CIA with his own professionalism and vigilance, let alone something as shocking as being captured. Under Gu Nianji's repeated questioning and guidance, Tan Gyron's memories unknowingly developed in the direction Gu Nianji wanted. It was the second night, and the monthly votes and 3,000+ night passes had arrived. It was the third night today. A reminder for your monthly and recommendation votes. Special recommendation votes. Today is Monday, so recommendation votes are very important. It was the third night at 7 p.m. Chapter 1048. Tan Guiren had always been a simple-minded and pure-hearted person. She believed whatever others said and was stubbornly persistent in her beliefs. Her experience in the United States was extremely cruel and because of Hu Shaoheng, so she remembered it longer than other things. However, although it had been a long time, it had been so long that sometimes her memory would be blurred. Therefore, Gu Nianji's reconstruction of the facts greatly deepened Tan Guiren's impression of the truth. It made her unwittingly treat Gu Nianji's questions and answers as her own logical and organized memories, and she firmly committed them to memory. Not only Tan Guiren, but even Speaker Long, who was listening on the side, unconsciously treated Gu Nianji's questions as the truth of Hu Shaoheng's experience in the United States. It turned out that when Hu Shaoheng rescued Tan Guiren in the United States, he really fought against the U.S. military and the CIA on his own. He was also able to hide in the United States and secretly protect Tan Guiren. And because Tan Guiren didn't know Hu Shaoheng's identity at the time, she couldn't leak the secret even if she wanted to. As for the so-called capture, it was complete nonsense. Speaker Long thought about Tan Guiren's answers just now and took out the intelligence Hong Kong Quan sent from the United States from the drawer. He fell into deep thought. The large office quieted down. Sunlight shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and dust could be seen dancing in the light. It was a peaceful atmosphere. Tan Guiren wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled sheepishly. "Miss Gu, you were too serious just now. I almost didn't know how to speak at all." "Of course not." Gu Nianji smiled. "Miss Tan's thinking is clear and articulate, and her memory is so good. No wonder she plays the violin so well." Tan Guiren smiled and finally relaxed. She took out a tissue from her purse to wipe the sweat from her hands and was about to continue talking to Gu Nianji when she heard someone banging on Speaker Long's office door. Gu Nianji turned around in surprise. "Who is this? Why aren't you using the intercom? Using a fist to knock on the door?" Speaker Long looked up unhappily and pressed the intercom on the desk. "What's going on outside?" Special Assistant Zhuang's helpless voice came through the intercom. "Speaker Long, it's Director Hong. He wants to ask if Miss Tan is in your office. He said that he came with Miss Tan and should see you together." Speaker Long frowned. "I made an appointment with Miss Tan, not Minister Hong. If Minister Hong wants to see me, arrange another time for him." This meant that Special Assistant Zhuang had to reschedule Minister Hong according to Speaker Long's schedule. Normally, Hong Kong would have to wait almost half a month before he could see Speaker Long. Hong Kong panicked when he heard that. From the moment he discovered that Tan Guiren had suddenly disappeared, the sense of unease in his heart had become more and more serious. His heart was pounding, and he couldn't stop himself from shouting into the intercom, "Speaker Long. I really have something urgent to see you about. This concerns the security of our country. You can't avoid it." Gu Nianji heard it from inside the house. The corners of her mouth twitched. She thought to herself that this person was really a drama queen. Even at this point, he still wouldn't give up. "Fine, then let's try and see who was hindering the security of the country." Gu Nianji wrote a few words on her notes and pushed it in front of Speaker Long. "Let him in and see what he has to say." Speaker Long looked at Gu Nianji, then at Tan Guiren. He turned off the intercom and asked, "Miss Tan, why did Director Hong say that he came with you? Did you ask him to come with you?" Tan Guiren quickly waved her hands. No. I met Director Hong at the entrance when I came to the Senate building this morning. He heard that I was here to see you, so he said that he was here too, so we came up together." So that was it. Speaker Long looked down at the note that Gu Nianji had written for him. He thought about it and nodded. "Then let him in." Gu Nianji quickly got up to open the door. Hong Kong was yelling at Special Assistant Zhuang at the door. "You're not going to open the door?" Can you bear the consequences of delaying national affairs? Although Special Assistant Zhuang had a good temper, he was also angered by Hong Kongquan's attitude. He said angrily, "This is the office of Speaker Long of the Senate. Everything here was a matter of national importance. Director Hong, if you keep making noise, I'm going to call the guards." Gu Nianji poked her head out and quickly said, "Special Assistant Zhuang, please calm down. There's no need to lower yourself to the same level as this person." Hong Kongquan turned around abruptly and saw that it was Gu Nianji. He immediately became even angrier. "You said there's no need to lower yourself to the same level as him. I want to see Speaker Long, and you're stopping me. It's really easy to see the King of Hell, but difficult to deal with." Gu Nianji smiled and turned to Speaker Long in the office. "Speaker Long, Director Hong said that you're the King of Hell, and we're the little ones. Then what is this place?" "The Hall of Hell." Tan Guiren couldn't help but giggle when she heard that. Special Assistant Zhuang and Speaker Long also wanted to laugh, but they quickly looked away and coughed. Speaker Long said with a smile, "Nianji, don't be naughty. Let Director Hong in." He spoke in a tone that completely treated Gu Nianji like a junior. Even Hong Kongquan didn't dare to yell at her anymore. Hong Kongquan quickly glared at Gu Nianji and walked in. Gu Nianji thought about it and said to Special Assistant Zhuang, "Special Assistant Zhuang, please come in and take notes. I helped Speaker Long take notes for a long time just now, and my hands are sore. I can't deal with this big shot right now." She pouted at Hong Kongquan's back and didn't want to record anything related to this person. Special Assistant Zhuang nodded and followed her in. Speaker Long saw him come in and immediately pointed to the notes that Gu Nianji had just taken. "Little Zhuang, you take notes." Special Assistant Zhuang quickly walked over and sat in the seat that Gu Nianji had just been sitting in. Tan Guiren saw this and slowly stood up. She said to Speaker Long, "Speaker Long, if there's nothing else, then I'll leave first." She originally had a good impression of Hong Kongquan. After all, he was the husband of her mommy's best friend and could be considered a close family friend. But today, Hong Kongquan had used her name to disrespect Speaker Long twice, so Tan Guiren was a bit unhappy. Especially when Gu Nianji repeatedly emphasized that Hong Kongquan had used her name to cause trouble, which deepened Tan Guiren's displeasure. Because of this, she completely lost the enthusiasm she had in the morning. She only remembered to be polite and nodded at Hong Kongquan. "I'll leave now if you're busy." "Wait." Hong Kongquan extended his arm to stop Tan Guiren. "I haven't even asked you anything yet. How can you leave?" Tan Guiren was taken aback. "You want to ask me something?" "Yes, so you can't leave." In Hong Kongquan's plan, Tan Guiren was the key to convicting Hu Shaoheng. This girl didn't have a brain. She said whatever was on her mind, and as long as she said it casually, she would be able to get Hu Shaoheng's situation in the United States. Hong Kongquan didn't believe that Hu Shaoheng could really escape from the United States on his own. His field personnel had obtained evidence from the United States that the Hua Xia imperial soldier who had gone to rescue Tan Guiren had been captured by them. Hong Kongquan firmly believed that it was Hu Shaoheng. What he needed now was the testimony of Tan Guiren, the real third party, to prove that Hu Shaoheng had been captured by the enemy when he rescued her. He didn't expect Tan Guiren to be so unwilling to cooperate. Although she had a good temper and was simple-minded, not just anyone could order her around. She was also a pampered girl raised by her parents, so she could be respectful to Speaker Long. But Director Hong, was he even worthy? This person was her father's subordinate. What right did he have to question her like that? Tan Guiren raised her head. "I don't want to talk to you. I want to go home." Hong Kongquan. Gu Nianji suppressed her laughter and quickly spoke up for Tan Guiren. "Director Hong, right? Miss Tan said she doesn't want to talk to you. You can't force her." This is the Senate, not the execution room of the Secret Service. You can't torture Miss Tan to extort a confession from her. Tan Guiren was so scared that she grabbed Gu Nianji's hand. Will he take me back to torture me? Gu Nianji turned to look at Director Hong with a nervous expression. Director Hong, will you torture Miss Tan because you can't achieve your goal? Please don't. Miss Tan is a law-abiding person and has never done anything wrong. How can you be so cruel? So cruel. So heartless. Speaker Long and Special Assistant Zhuang had goosebumps listening to this string of Cheong Yao sentences. They looked at each other silently and shook their shoulders at the same time. Hong Kongquan felt so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. Only Tan Guiren felt that Gu Nianji's words were very reasonable. She quickly moved closer to her and sobbed. Director Hong, you can't do this. You are the husband of my mommy's best friend. I've always treated you like an uncle. If you hadn't told my mommy to ask Major General Hua to save me, I might not have come back alive. I am indeed grateful to you, but you can't use this to threaten me. Gu Nianji silently gave Tan Guiren 3 thumbs up in her heart. It was the 3rd watch. It was the 3rd watch today. A reminder for the monthly and recommendation votes, dear ones. Special recommendation votes. Today is Monday, so recommendation votes are very important. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1049. Hong Kongquan was the one who suggested that Hua Xiaoheng go to the United States to save Tan Guiren. Then Hua Xiaoheng was ambushed in America and almost lost his life. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? When Hua Xiaoheng requested to have Hong Kongquan under surveillance, he had said that it was because they had received a report, but the details could not be revealed. Could it be related to this incident? Speaker Long's eyes darkened. Although his face remained expressionless, he had secretly clenched his fists. Hong Kongquan hadn't expected Tan Guiren to know that he was the one who had been secretly egging her on behind the scenes, and she had even said it out loud. Sure enough, this girl did not have a brain and did not know the severity of the situation. How could he say such a thing? How did Kai Songyin raise her daughter? Didn't he tell her not to tell anyone about this? Or was it that in Kai Songyin's mind, her daughter wasn't considered someone else? But you have to know yourself. Don't you know what kind of person your daughter is? Hong Kongquan panicked. He quickly glanced at Speaker Long to make sure that Speaker Long's expression hadn't changed, as if he hadn't understood what he was implying. He tried his best to keep his composure, not wanting Speaker Long to notice that something was wrong. He calmly changed the subject. Miss Tan, what are you talking about? When did I threaten you? I'm doing this out of kindness. Out of goodwill. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She immediately interrupted Hong Kongquan's topic and quickly brought it back to the main point. Director Hong, are you really being kind enough to suggest that Major General will personally go to the United States to rescue Miss Tan? Of course. Hua Xiaoheng is one of the best in the military. Who else would go if not him? Hong Kongquan replied vaguely as he silently cursed Gu Nianji for being a busybody. He didn't want Speaker Long to notice this at all. But when Gu Nianji brought it up again, he could only sneer and explain, I saw that Mrs. Tan was so anxious at the time, and I knew that the couple loved Miss Tan very much, so I gave her a little reminder. Why couldn't she? Major General Hui used to be my subordinate in the army. No one knows his abilities better than I do. I know that only he can resolve this matter satisfactorily. Gu Nianji immediately followed up and emphasized meaningfully. Really? You know Major General Hua's abilities best. So in your opinion, only he can solve the problem. Of course. Didn't the outcome prove my point? Hong Kongquan pointed at Tan Guiren. How about it? Miss Tan, am I right? Tan Guiren bit her lower lip and nodded slowly. She said hesitantly, Major General Hood did save me, but you can't take me to your execution room. She remembered what Gu Nianji had just said about the Secret Service's execution chamber. It sounded terrifying. Hong Kongwan couldn't help but glare at Gu Nianji before saying to Tan Guiren, Miss Tan, this is a misunderstanding. Why would I capture you? As you said, your mommy is my wife's best friend, and you treat me as your uncle. Why would I harm you? Tell me on your conscience, have I ever harmed you? My suggestion allowed you to return safely from the kidnappers. Isn't that enough? Tan Guiren thought it made sense and didn't know what to say. She couldn't help but glance at Gu Nianji again. She was practically following Gu Nianji's lead. Gu Nianji didn't look at Tan Guiren. Her attention was completely focused on Hong Kongwan. She was even a little excited. This person was the main culprit who had caused her and Hu Xiaoheng to almost fall apart. There was no way she would let him go. She had previously told Hu Xiaoheng about Hong Kongwan. She didn't know if Hu Xiaoheng had taken any measures, but he had actually allowed this person to pollute the environment. Gu Nianji had already made up her mind to teach Hong Kongwan a lesson in front of Speaker Long, Director Hong. These are two different things. Miss Tan didn't want to answer what you wanted to ask her just now. From your attitude, isn't it obvious that you want to take her to the Secret Service's execution chamber? Gu Nianji spoke quickly and didn't wait for Hong Kongwan to refute. She continued, that's right. You didn't say it explicitly, but your tone of voice and body movements all reflect this. Of course, after I point it out, you won't admit it no matter what, right? Hong Kongwan was about to blurt out, no, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he realized that if he said, no, it would mean that he admitted that he wanted to take Tan Guiren to the execution chamber. He quickly wanted to change his words to, yes, but if he said, yes, it would mean that he wanted to take Tan Guiren to the execution chamber, but he wouldn't admit it. So no matter if he said, yes, or no, he would fall right into Gu Nianji's verbal trap. Hong Kongwan forcefully swallowed his words. His face turned purple, and he tried his best to suppress his rage. His nostrils flared a few notches wider than usual, and he was panting heavily. He couldn't hide the ferocious look on his face. Tan Guiren only took one glance at him and was scared out of her wits. She instinctively hid behind Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji reached back and patted Tan Guiren's back to comfort her. She turned around and smiled at Hong Kongwan. Look, look. Just one look from you, and Miss Tan is so scared that she almost wants to find a place to hide. So you still insist that you won't harm Miss Tan? At least, I can't tell. Why would I harm her? It was clearly because of my suggestion that Major General Hu personally went to the United States to rescue her, and Miss Tan was able to return safely. Tell me, when did I harm her? Hong Kongwan desperately claimed that it was because of him that Tan Guiren could be safely rescued. He wanted to distract everyone's attention and not focus on what Tan Guiren had said earlier. Of course, Gu Nianji wouldn't let him have his way. She propped up her arm and lightly tapped her jade-like right cheek with one hand. She said thoughtfully, if that's the case, then what else do you have to ask? Miss Tan has already returned safely, but you still won't let her go. Aren't you threatening her to repay your kindness? I'm threatening her to repay my kindness. Hong Kongwan pointed at his thick nose. He was about to spit fire. Do I need to threaten her to repay my kindness? Don't look at people through the crack of the door, you're looking down on me. Then what do you mean by refusing to let Miss Tan go? Gu Nianji spread her hands. Other than threatening her to repay her kindness, I really can't think of any other reason. If you can think of it, then you're not just an insignificant intern. Hong Kongwan finally mocked Gu Nianji harshly. He felt great. What I want to ask Miss Tan is related to national security. How would someone like you know what's important? I see. Gu Nianji suddenly moved to the side and revealed Tan Guiren behind her. She pushed her out and encouraged her. Miss Tan, since this is related to national security, I think you have no choice but to answer. But don't be afraid. Speaker Long is here, and so am I. Director Hong can ask now. Miss Tan can answer in front of all of us. Tan Guiren instinctively held Gu Nianji's hand tightly and nodded reluctantly. Director Hong, if you have something to say, just say it. I have to go back. My mommy is still waiting for me. Hong Kongwan saw that there seemed to be no other way but to ask now. Also, because of what Tan Guiren had shouted earlier, Hong Kongwan was also vaguely regretting it. He knew that Tan Guiren had a one-track mind and was very easy to get information out of. He should have thought things through before using her. Now, it was obvious that this girl had already confessed everything before anyone else could get anything out of her. But since he was already at a disadvantage, wouldn't he be at an even greater disadvantage if he didn't continue asking? Anyway, the arrow was already nocked and had to be fired. Hong Kongwan coughed and said with a serious expression, "Then let me ask you. When Major General Hu rescued you in New York, was he ambushed by the U.S. military and the CIA?" Tan Guiren nodded. Yes, but, Hong Kongwan interrupted her and immediately asked, after he was ambushed, did he escape? Yes, but, Hong Kongwan interrupted her again. After he escaped, the U.S. military and the CIA visited your house many times. Did they ask about his whereabouts? Yes, but, did you tell the U.S. military and the CIA that the person who rescued you was Major General Hua and not the kidnappers? No. This question overlapped with the one that Gu Nianji had asked about, reconstructing her memory. Tan Guiren felt a sense of familiarity and quickly regained her rhythm. I didn't even know he was Major General Hua at that time. How could I tell the Americans who he was? Hong Kongwan froze and secretly cursed Hu Shaoheng for being so cunning. He had personally gone to the United States to rescue her and had concealed his identity even in front of Tan Guiren. He had no choice but to ask from another angle, when the U.S. military and the CIA came to find you, did they encounter Major General Hua? Gu Nianji had also asked this question, but she had used slightly different words. Tan Guiren was like a student who had missed a question before a big exam. She answered quickly and well, no, every time he appeared, he came and went like a ghost. They never encountered him. She then added what she remembered the most. He had his own freedom of movement, his own residence, and hid in the dark to protect me. This sentence directly blocked the rest of Hong Kongquan's words. He couldn't help but become angry and growled, how is that possible? You're lying. The U.S. military and the CIA were so powerful. They had so many people and such advanced weapons. How could they let him escape alone? You're lying. You're lying. I'm not. I've never lied before. Tan Guiren was so angry that she began to cry. You said you wanted to question me, and I told you the truth. What right do you have to say that I'm lying? Between the shrewd Hong Kongquan and the innocent Tan Guiren, anyone who heard their conversation would believe that Tan Guiren was telling the truth, and that Hong Kongquan was about to confess under torture after failing to extort a confession from her. Gu Nianji stepped forward and shielded Tan Guiren. Her expression darkened as she said to Hong Kongquan, Director Hong, I don't understand. What do you mean by that? May I ask what point are you trying to prove? Hong Kongquan was furious and pointed at the sobbing Tan Guiren. Of course I want to prove that she's lying. Miss Tan is lying. Why is she lying? Why can't I tell? Gu Nianji shrugged and asked Special Assistant Zhuang, who had a blank expression on his face. Secretary Zhuang, can you tell? Special Assistant Zhuang shook his head slowly. I'm too stupid. I can't tell that Miss Tan is lying. Isn't that right? Gu Nianji purposely made a contemptuous expression and even snorted through her nose. She crossed her arms and looked up at the sky. Some people just like to create something out of nothing. I created something out of nothing. Hong Kongwan was furious. Clenching his fists, he said word by word, Tan Guiren is lying because Hu Shaoheng couldn't have escaped from the Americans with his own strength. He was once captured in the United States. Ha! He finally said it. Gu Nianji put down her arms and looked down at Hong Kongchuan's angry, oily face. She said coldly, Did I hear it wrong? Who was the one who said that he knew Major General Hu's abilities the best, and that the matter could only be resolved if he was personally involved? Hong Kongwan couldn't help but take a step back. He was tongue-tied and didn't know how to respond. Gu Nianji took another step forward, her eyes sparkling. She didn't relax for even a moment. Speak on one side. You know Major General Hu's abilities the best. Only if he is personally involved can the matter be resolved. You also said that he didn't have the ability to escape from the Americans alone. Director Hong, I really don't get it. Do you know Major General Hu's abilities and know that he can resolve the matter perfectly, but you're not satisfied with him resolving it perfectly, so you deliberately framed him for being captured and smeared his innocence? Or do you know Major General Hu's abilities and know that he can't actually escape the Americans' pursuit, so you deliberately sent him to the United States to die? Gu Nianji's words were harsh. She simply blocked both of Hong Kongchuan's paths. Director Hong, are you trying to frame a major general of a country for treason? Or are you trying to murder a major general of a country? Choose one of these two felonies. This was the first night watch. Today was the third night watch. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The monthly votes were 3,300 plus updates at 1 p.m., and the third night watch was 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to the leader of the alliance, I am Master Rashi, for the 100,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Chapter 1050. Choose one. Or falsely accuse the Major General of treason. Or attempt to murder the Major General. Let him choose one. *CK that. How imaginative. Hong Kongwan had not expected Gu Nianji to use his own words to block his path, but he would not give in. His eyes widened, his face turned purple, and his teeth chattered loudly. He looked like he was on the verge of exploding in anger, but he managed to suppress it with all his might. Hong Kongwan shook his head slowly. What a joke. Why should I choose? You really know how to accuse people. You're simply making things up out of nothing and twisting logic. You're not choosing. Gu Nianji tilted her head. That's fine too. I think both paths suit you. Hong Kongwan. It was clearly a choice between the two. What did she mean by suddenly throwing both paths at me? Speaker Long and Special Assistant Zhuang were speechless. Was this girl too excited? It was a choice between the two. How could both be suitable? Tan Guiren was speechless. Although she understood every word, she had no idea what Gu Nianji was talking about when they were strung together. It sounded so profound. Gu Nianji's eyes were locked on Hong Kongchuan's face. She did not want to miss the slightest change in his expression. She stuck out her finger and made a V sign. Smiling mischievously, she said, "What's wrong? You don't believe both paths suit you?" Gu Nianji stopped smiling and said sternly, "In the beginning, you wanted Major General Hu to die and secretly planned for him to personally go to the United States to save Miss Tan. According to what you said, you knew Major General Hu's abilities the best. In your opinion, the U.S. military and the CIA were invincible. So if Major General Hu went to the United States, he would definitely die at the hands of the Americans. That way, you would have achieved your goal of murdering Major General Hu." What? You're too cunning. How could you be so evil? Tan Guiran was so angry that she forgot her own fear. She walked out from behind Gu Nianji and pointed at Hong Kongwan. You're a bad person. I'm going to tell my daddy and mommy to remove you from your position. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She grabbed Tan Guiran. She really wanted to tell her to wake up. Your daddy is no longer the prime minister. Hong Kongwan sneered. Is that so? But Major General Hu came back alive. Are you still going to make me the scapegoat? Yes, Major General Hu came back alive, so your first plan didn't work, so you came up with another plan. This time, you want Major General Hu's reputation to be ruined. You want him to suffer a fate worse than death by framing him as a prisoner of war and committing treason. Gu Nianji calmly analyzed. Next, you chose the second option and falsely accused a major general of being captured for treason. Speaker Long's heart sank, and he suddenly felt so sad that he couldn't speak. Special Assistant Zhuang's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Gu Nianji. He really wanted to remind her not to say everything at this time. After all, this wasn't a courtroom. Gu Nianji smiled at him as if she had a card up her sleeve. Hong Kongchuan's heart was pounding. Ever since he found out that the AI program he had planted in the Special Operations Force's surveillance software had been discovered, he had felt a sense of urgency. However, he had imagined many scenarios in which he would be exposed, but none of them were him being brought down by two unknown little girls. He refused to accept this. Hong Kongwan continued to sneer and maintained his fearless posture. Gu Nianji, I heard that you are a top student in the B University Faculty of Law. Is this what you do as a lawyer? You want to convict a suspect without evidence? Oh, no evidence. Gu Nianji smiled faintly. Then what you mean is that my logical inference is valid, but there is no evidence to prove my logical inference at the moment. Okay, thank you for your reminder. Next, we will be looking for evidence. At this point, Hong Kongwan could no longer hold on any longer. What nonsense. I have nothing better to do than to listen to a little girl like you spout nonsense. Hong Kongwan pretended to be very angry and turned to leave. Stop. Speaker Long called out to him. Director Hong, please wait. Hong Kongwan stopped in his tracks and seemed to be struggling internally. After a while, he turned around with a stiff smile on his face and asked awkwardly, Speaker Long, is there anything else? I should be the one asking you that. Speaker Long stood there majestically. You came to my office and wanted to see me without an appointment. You even dragged Miss Tan to ask questions. What is the meaning of this? What was the meaning of this? Of course it was to bring Hu Xiaoheng down in one fell swoop, but now that he had been beaten black and blue by Gu Nianji, he was scared witless and had completely lost the aggressive attitude he had when he first arrived. Hong Kongwan stammered a few words before saying, I just wanted to ask about Major General Hu's situation in New York. Miss Tan explained it clearly, and everything will be fine, everything will be fine. Major General Hu will be fine, but you, Director Hong, are not. As Speaker Long spoke, he pressed a button on the desk with one hand. Speaker Long, what do you mean? Hong Kongchuan's expression changed when he saw Speaker Long's action. That button was the button to summon the military police of the Senate building. What I mean is very simple. Hong Kongwan, you, remove all temporary duties and explain the problem at the specified time and place. Wait for the organization's investigation. Speaker Long was very direct. In order to make up for his previous mistake, he decided to immediately execute it. No. You can't do this to me. Hong Kongwan didn't expect the good old Speaker Long to act so decisively one day. I am the Minister of the Cabinet. You have no right to detain me. No, the Cabinet has already been dissolved. You are only the temporary minister. Speaker Long understood the government's procedures much better than Hong Kong. Before the new cabinet is formed, you are only acting as the cabinet's authority. So Hong Kong, Old Long, have the right to detain you. Hong Kong bared his teeth and calmly glanced at the faces of the people in the office. Speaker Long was old, Special Assistant Zhuang was physically weak, and the two delicate young girls were nothing to worry about. If he were to take Speaker Long hostage, but as soon as this thought came up, he suppressed it. No, it wasn't time to fight to the death yet. He still had a chance. Hong Kong thought of the amazing person who could help him and the promise he made to him. His heart relaxed and he temporarily gave up resisting. Of course, the most important thing was that he also knew that even if he could take Speaker Long hostage, would he be able to walk out of the Senate building? He would probably be shot in the head by a sniper before he could even walk out the door. He stood motionless in Speaker Long's office and lowered his head to show his submission and obedience. Soon, the military police of the Senate arrived and searched Hong Kong's body according to Speaker Long's instructions. They found a handgun and a military dagger on him. These weapons were clearly not allowed in the Senate building. Speaker Long, Special Assistant Zhuang, and Gu Nianji all broke out in a cold sweat and looked at each other. Tan Guiren was the only one who didn't know how dangerous the situation was. She patted her chest and said, "That's great. Can I leave now?" She was anxious to tell her father and mother what had happened here. Gu Nianji glanced at Speaker Long and saw him nod slightly. She turned to Tan Guiren and said, "Miss Tan, I will walk you out." Tan Guiren's impression of Gu Nianji increased because she had protected her in front of Hong Kong. As Gu Nianji walked Tan Guiren out of the Senate building, Speaker Long called General Ji. He briefly explained what had happened today and then said sincerely, "Old Ji, please apologize to Xiaoheng on my behalf. I made him suffer this time." General Ji, on the other hand, was so happy after hearing Speaker Long describe what Gu Nianji had done. He casually said a few words to Speaker Long and went to the isolation room where Hu Xiaoheng was staying. He smiled and said, "Xiaoheng, you don't have to be grounded anymore." Hu Xiaoheng looked up from the computer and raised his eyebrows. "I'm grounded now." He casually glanced at the room that was comparable to a luxury suite in a 5-star hotel. General Ji was a bit angry. "I said you're grounded, so you're grounded. Even if you stay in a 5-star hotel, you're still grounded." Hu Xiaoheng smirked and nodded slowly. "All right, I'm in solitary confinement. You dare to brush me off?" General Ji was unhappy. "You're lucky to have found a good wife, so you didn't have to be grounded. But your attitude towards the leader just now was improper, so I've decided to keep you grounded." Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. "You don't understand, do you?" General Ji said and vividly repeated what Speaker Long had just said to him. He also said, "I'm going to the Senate building to watch the surveillance footage now. I want to see how Nianji took down Hong Kong without any bloodshed. You can continue to be grounded here." It was the second night, and the monthly votes had been delivered to him at 3,300 plus one night. It was the third night today. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was 7:00 in the evening, the third night. Chapter 1051. Nianji had taken down Hong Kong without a fight. Hu Xiaoheng felt his heart skip a beat. His hand that was holding the mouse froze as he looked up at General Ji. General Ji arrogantly called an orderly in front of him and ordered loudly as if to piss him off. "Hurry up and prepare the car. I want to go to the Senate building immediately." He's already so old, yet he's still playing this game. Hu Xiaoheng sneered at him in his heart, but he had no choice but to bow down when he was under someone else's roof. He exited the program, turned off the computer, and stood up straight. He said calmly, General G, I will escort you to the Senate building. You? General G pursed his lips with a look of disapproval. Forget it, I'm not that lucky. I'll ask you, Major General Hua, to escort me to the Senate building. You're very lucky. Hua Xiaoheng's expression didn't change. He walked over to take General G's military cap from the coat rack and presented it with both hands. I'll be your driver. Think about it, it's been chaotic lately. You're the pillar of our nation and the backbone of the military. If anything happens to you, how am I supposed to answer to the soldiers of the three armies? The orderly's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets as he watched. He had seen Hua Xiaoheng's cold and stern demeanor, and he had also seen Hua Xiaoheng's calm and collected demeanor. However, he had never seen Hua Xiaoheng flatter without batting an eyelid. General G was all smiles as he listened. He patted Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. Xiaoheng, I love it when you can't stand me, yet you have no choice but to flatter me. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. The orderly replied, QAQ. I'm blind and deaf. I have no idea what these two senior officials are trying to say. Of course, General G wouldn't let Hua Xiaoheng be his driver. Coming out of the military compound, Hua Xiaoheng and General G sat together in the back seat of his private car. The driver was General G's orderly for many years and was already a lieutenant colonel. The two of them got into the car, and their expressions became serious. Xiaoheng, what do you think is going on with the incident with Hong Kongwan? General G voiced his concern. Old Long said the same thing. Although he has a motive, we can't convict him without any evidence. Even when Hong Kongwan instigated Kai Song-yin and Tan Dongbang to ask Hua Xiaoheng to personally go to the United States, they didn't have any concrete evidence to prove that Hong Kongwan had anything to do with Hua Xiaoheng's experience in the United States. Where do you think we're going to find evidence? General G muttered to himself. However, Hua Xiaoheng knew that the evidence was in the surveillance software. However, after being busy for a few days, he was still searching for the hidden data because the computer he used in General G's detention room was not powerful enough. If he didn't need to be grounded, it would be much faster for him to return to the central control room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Of course, what he was most interested in now was how Gu Nianji had managed to take down Hong Kongwan without any bloodshed. Therefore, in response to General G's question, Hua Xiaoheng only replied calmly, as long as you look for the evidence, there will always be it. Temporarily monitoring him and not allowing him to move freely is also the right choice. It was rare for Speaker Long to act so decisively, so he should spare no effort in praising him. Of course, only he can ground you, but we can't ground him. General G was still very unhappy. What do you think Hong Kongwan is thinking? Back when he was in the army, he was also an outstanding military talent. Xiaoheng, I'll say something you don't like to hear, but if he had agreed to take over and establish the Special Operations Forces back then, you wouldn't have had anything to do with it. Hua Xiaoheng grunted. That's how it should be. At that time, I was still under his command, so of course I had to follow the leader's orders. Then he would probably be in the same position as Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiao now. At most, he would be a colonel. It would be impossible for him to become a major general at such a young age. However, there were no ifs in this world. In reality, he was the one who established the Special Operations Forces and achieved his dreams. He was also the one who protected the interests of the country and the military. General G sighed and ordered Hua Xiaoheng to find evidence as soon as possible to bring Hong Kongwan to justice. It was a pity that Hong Kongwan had already retired from the military. Otherwise, he would have been tried directly in a military court. That was the fate he deserved. The two of them arrived at the Senate building. Speaker Long was waiting for them at the door of his office. Seeing General G and Hua Xiaoheng walk over one after another, Speaker Long was both surprised and happy. He extended his hand to General G. Old G, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. General Ji shook Speaker Long's hand proudly and said with a smile, Old Long, I was right, wasn't I? Xiaoheng would never do anything that would betray the country or the people. Yes, Old Ji. You really have a better eye than I do. Speaker Long was truly convinced this time. However, don't be too smug. I've found a better successor. I will train her carefully, and when the time comes, let's compete to see who's the better successor. General Ji said. Successor? Who? Gu Nianji. Speaker Long happily opened the door to his office and invited them in. Come, sit down. Let's watch the surveillance footage. After a long time, they chose the surveillance footage from the best angle and played it on the large curved screen on the wall. Speaker Long chose the surveillance footage from the beginning when he asked Tan Guiren. Of course, it was mainly Gu Nianji who asked. When Hu Xiaoheng saw Gu Nianji tirelessly brainwash Tan Guiren over and over again, a huge weight was lifted off his shoulders. Tan Guiren knew a little about what happened in the United States, and it wasn't as if Hu Xiaoheng hadn't been worried. That was probably the only loophole he had. If Tan Guiren revealed anything about James, he would really be in deep trouble. He didn't expect Gu Nianji to help him close the loophole in advance. This way, no matter who tried to trick Tan Guiren to frame Hu Xiaoheng in the future, they would only be asking for humiliation and realizing that they had shot themselves in the foot. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the large curved screen in front of him with an almost obsessive expression. He couldn't hear General Ji and Speaker Long whispering beside him, nor could he see the two of them exchanging flirtatious glances. All he could see was the girl on the screen who seemed to glow as she spoke with confidence and assurance. His girl, his Nianji. As soon as he thought of this name, his cold expression instantly became unbelievably gentle. Gradually, General Ji and Speaker Long also stopped talking because Gu Nianji's concluding speech to Hong Kongwan had already begun playing on the large curved screen. Yes, Major General Hu came back alive, so your first plan didn't work, so you came up with another plan. This time, you wanted Major General Hu's reputation to be ruined and used the crime of framing him as a prisoner of war and committing treason to make him suffer a fate crueler than death. Gu Nianji calmly analyzed. Next, you chose the second path and falsely accused a Major General of being captured and committing treason. Well said. General Ji applauded. Well said. This Nianji is getting more and more powerful. Old Long, I regret it now. I want to compete with you for this rare talent. Are you serious? Compete for what? How is Xiaoheng supposed to feel when you say this? Speaker Long intentionally brought up Hu Xiaoheng. Look, his eyes are red after hearing what you said. Oh. General Ji turned around abruptly but saw that Hu Xiaoheng was already looking at him as if nothing had happened. What are the two chiefs talking about? The sandstorm is too strong. Sand got into my eyes just now. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for our monthly and recommendation votes. Chapter 1052. Sandstorm. They were in an office. And it was the largest office on the top floor of the most luxurious Senate building in the imperial capital. Where did the sandstorm come from? However, Speaker Long and General Ji instantly understood Hu Xiaoheng's meaning, but the two considerate old men didn't expose him. Speaker Long even said with a smile, Sandstorm. Didn't the sandstorm in the imperial capital a long time ago? Now that there are no sandstorms, you might as well say it's because of the smog. Xiaoheng, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you can't even tell a lie. General Ji wouldn't allow his beloved general to be criticized, so he immediately shouted, This is my soldier's sincerity. He doesn't lie. He's not like a member of the Senate. He can't speak if he doesn't lie every day. Hey! Watch your words. We don't lie every day. Speaker Long's face darkened, and he wanted to call Gu Nianji in to argue with General Ji. No, of course you guys don't lie every day. Ha 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 ha. General Ji had won a complete victory and was in a good mood. He took the opportunity to joke around with Speaker Long and Speaker Long. He didn't want to embarrass Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't embarrassed. In fact, he quickly calmed down and smiled to congratulate Speaker Long. It wasn't easy, but you finally found a qualified successor. Of course. Speaker Long was very proud. She's too young and still needs to be tempered. But she'll be with me, and I'll educate her well. She'll be successful soon. Thank you, Hua Xiaoheng said very sincerely, as if he was Gu Nianji's parent. Speaker Long narrowed his eyes. Xiaoheng, tell me the truth. Did you break up with Nianji? Are you still lovers? Hua Xiaoheng paused. We broke up, but we're not lovers. But... He quickly said, I'm planning to pursue her again. Speaker Long was speechless. Damn it. He suddenly felt like the little fox he worked so hard to trick was about to be taken away by a wolf. Speaker Long said angrily, Nianji is only 19 years old and just graduated with a master's. She should focus on her career. Major General Hua, you have a high position and you're much older than Nianji. I think it's better for you to find someone else. He added, don't hold our Nianji back. General Ji was dumbfounded. He opened and closed his mouth several times, but in the end, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He smiled and said, Old Long, this is between the two of them. Are you in charge of heaven and earth, or are you in charge of other people's relationships and children? Even if Nianji is your biological daughter, you can't stop her from getting married, can you? Besides, you're just her boss. Be careful of Nianji's rebuke if you meddle too much. Gu Nianji's eloquence would definitely make you question your life. General Ji was smiling happily. Speaker Long's eyes flashed. I will reason with Nianji. You don't have to worry about that. As he spoke, he looked Hua Xiaoheng up and down, as if afraid that he would immediately kidnap Gu Nianji and start chasing him away. Do you have nothing better to do? The interim general election will be held in 4 days. The Special Operations Forces will be in charge of monitoring, so you can't let your guard down. Alright, I won't keep you any longer. Hurry up and get to work. The nation is waiting for you to protect it. Don't come to the Senate to watch videos for no reason. General Ji was speechless. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets. His posture was relaxed, and his tall body was as straight as a pine tree. I'm going to the surveillance room to check on the progress. As he spoke, he turned around and left. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng had left, Speaker Long breathed a sigh of relief. He said to General Ji, you should also watch your beloved general. The way he looks at my disciple is like a wolf. It's scary. In the blink of an eye, Gu Nianji had been promoted to disciple. He didn't even ask if she was willing to be his disciple. General Ji thought about the true relationship between Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng, but he couldn't use it to slap Speaker Long's smug old face. He suddenly felt very tired, but what could he do? He had already promised Hua Xiaoheng not to tell anyone, so he could only choose to forgive him. General Ji nodded perfunctorily. Alright, you keep an eye on Hong Kong Quan. I'm going back. During the interim general election, the previous cabinet will still be in power. As the speaker, you'll have to work hard for a few days. When the new prime minister is elected and the cabinet is formed, you can relax. Speaker Long agreed and asked Special Assistant Zhuang to send General Ji out. Hua Xiaoheng arrived at the temporary surveillance room where Yin Shixiang was. The staff of the Special Operations Forces immediately came over to salute him. Hello, Chief. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and asked them to return to their posts. He slowly walked to the surveillance screen and said to Yin Shixiang, "Where are the surveillance cameras inside the building?" Yin Shixiang pointed to a few screens. "These are the internal surveillance cameras. Download the surveillance footage from Speaker Long's office this morning and send it to the Special Operations Force's email for archiving." Hua Xiaoheng put on white gloves and looked at his watch. He asked casually, "Which floor is Nianji on?" "Nianji is in the secretariat. She should be on the 6th floor." Yin Shixiang adjusted the surveillance to the floor of the secretariat as he spoke. He first looked at the lobby cubicle that Gu Nianji used to be in, but it was empty. There didn't seem to be anyone there. "Ha! Did she move somewhere else?" Yin Shixiang scratched his head in confusion. He turned on his Bluetooth headset and contacted the people in the secretariat of the Senate building. He asked, "Have there been any personnel changes in the secretariat recently? Like moving an office or something?" The person on the other end asked about personnel arrangements and then said to Yin Shixiang, "There has been a personnel change. It's the new intern, Miss Gu. Her office area has been moved to the small office on the south side. It's a separate room because she will be handling legal matters. It's not convenient for her to work in the lobby cubicle." "Oh, got it." Yin Shixiang hung up and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Nianji has her own independent office." As he spoke, Yin Shixiang followed the direction the person told him and found Gu Nianji's office. The office wasn't actually small, but half the wall was glass, so people outside could see what the people in the office were doing. It wasn't very private. The surveillance footage showed Gu Nianji tidying up the things on her desk with her head down. From their angle, they could only see the top of Gu Nianji's head. Her smooth black hair hung down her back like a black waterfall. Hua Xiaoheng looked for a long time and said, "She's lost weight." Yin Shixiang. "Oh my." Hua Xiao was too amazing. He could tell if she was fat or thin just by looking at the top of her head. Although Yin Shixiang had a million words in his mind, he didn't dare to say a word. He chuckled and said, "She's lost weight, she's lost weight. Even the top of her head is smaller." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him. "Did you rewrite your marriage report?" Yin Shixiang, "That hurt my heart." Hua Xiao, "Your butcher knife really stabbed where it hurt." Yin Shixiang stopped smiling and sat down quietly. Hua Xiao, "I have to work. I'll rewrite the marriage report after the interim election." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and patted him on the shoulder. "Work hard. When the interim election is over, I'll ask for credit for both of you." F***CK. He could get credit just by monitoring the election. Yin Shixiang was immediately overjoyed. His gloomy mood was swept away, and his voice became lighter. "Don't worry, Chief. We will complete the mission perfectly." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and went to check the other positions one by one before leaving the temporary surveillance room and walking steadily to the secretariat on the 6th floor. He didn't know if Speaker Long did it on purpose or not. Hua Xiaoheng had just arrived in front of Gu Nianji's single office on the secretariat floor when Gu Nianji received an internal call from Speaker Long. He said he had important work arrangements and asked her to go over. Gu Nianji hurriedly packed up her files and turned around. She saw Hua Xiaoheng through the transparent glass wall. He was wearing a crisp green military uniform and stood ramrod straight in front of her office door. His military cap was pressed low on his head. He looked at her quietly from under the brim of the cap. His gaze was deep, and as soon as he saw her turn around, a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. It was like sunlight breaking through the haze and warmed her from head to toe. Hua Xiaoheng saw Gu Nianji standing elegantly in the office behind the glass wall. She wore a simple and elegant white silk shirt, tailored black skinny pants, and pointed black high heels. The hem of her shirt was tucked into her belt, accentuating her slender waist. He wasn't wrong. She had indeed lost weight. This was the first watch. It was still the third watch. My friend's monthly votes and recommendation votes were too awesome. There's nothing more to say. I'll keep watching until the monthly votes are paid back. Monthly votes at 1 p.m. and 3,600 yuan will be added for the third watch at 7 p.m. P.S. Roller coaster, it's not over yet. Kitty is super fierce. JPG_ are you guys scared? Chapter 1053. Gu Nianji turned around and saw Hua Xiaoheng. Her first reaction was to think that she was hallucinating. After all, Hua Xiaoheng shouldn't be here at this time and place, right? Wasn't he on a mission? Did he come back after completing the mission? Gu Nianji had no idea that because of Hong Kong Quan, Hua Xiaoheng had already been put into a confinement. If it wasn't for General Ji's insistence to protect him, even if Hua Xiaoheng were to clear his name, his career would have ended there. What Gu Nianji had done for him was to cut off his future troubles. He no longer had to worry about anyone using the American operation to smear his name and force him to retire from the army. The smile on Hua Xiaoheng's face grew wider as he looked at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji blinked and opened the door to look at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao. Are you really back? Yes, I'm back. You came to see me as soon as you came back from a mission. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up, and her entire face lit up. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng felt that it was a pity that there were surveillance cameras everywhere. Otherwise, he would have pulled her into his arms and made love to her. He sighed internally and maintained a safe distance from Gu Nianji. He asked dryly, "Are you very busy working here?" Gu Nianji shook her head in surprise. "I'm not busy. I just came to work, and you haven't given me a job yet." "Why do you ask?" "So you haven't recovered from your injuries?" Hua Xiaoheng continued to ask. "You've lost a lot of weight." "I lost weight." Gu Nianji touched her face full of joy. "That's great. You don't have to lose weight." His brows furrowed in displeasure. "Lose weight? Don't even think about it. Gu Nianji, if you want to lose weight, I think you can start doing the 5-kilometer weight-bearing cross-country run every morning." This wasn't the place to talk. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. "I'll look for you tonight to talk about losing weight." With that, he nodded slightly at her and turned to leave. Gu Nianji watched Hua Xiaoheng's tall silhouette as he walked away. She covered her chest with her hand and secretly smiled. Hugging the folder, she walked to Speaker Long's office. She was in an unprecedentedly good mood. The nervousness and uneasiness of the past few days were all soothed at this moment. She knew that it was very rare for someone like Hua Xiaoheng, who spent most of his time and energy on the military, to be able to behave like he did today. Gu Nianji practically hummed a song as she arrived at Speaker Long's office. Special Assistant Zhuang stood at the door with a worried frown. When he heard her humming a strange melody, he couldn't help but relax his frown and ask with a smile, "Are you singing?" "What song?" "It sounds pretty good." Gu Nianji smiled and said, "Insects fly." "It's a children's song." Special Assistant Zhuang, pushing open the door to Speaker Long's office, Special Assistant Zhuang nodded. "Come in." He followed Gu Nianji into Speaker Long's office and closed the door behind them. The two of them walked to Speaker Long's desk and stood still. "Speaker Long, what can I do for you?" Speaker Long pointed to the two soft stools in front of him. "Sit down. I do have something to discuss." Gu Nianji and Special Assistant Zhuang sat down, and they both saw a printed email on the table in front of Speaker Long. Gu Nianji's eyes were sharp and could already see that it was an email in English. The header was very familiar. It was the logo of the U.S. Congress. She had interned at the U.S. Congress for half a year, so she remembered the official document format very well. Speaker Long glanced at her. Nianji, you know what this is, right? Since Gu Nianji had come to the Senate Secretariat as an intern, she must have had her background checked. Speaker Long also knew about her internship experience at the U.S. Congress. Gu Nianji quickly nodded. This is an email from the U.S. Congress. Yes. Speaker Long nodded approvingly. Nianji, I know that you interned at the U.S. Congress. This is a great advantage for our work. You must make full use of this advantage and help us with our work. Of course. Gu Nianji agreed. What do you need me to do? Here's the thing. Speaker Long printed 2 copies of the email and gave one to Gu Nianji and one to Special Assistant Zhuang. The President of the U.S. Senate sent me an email to protest, saying that our country launched a cyber war against the United States and caused great damage to U.S. national property. Gu Nianji, was this not over yet? Gu Nianji secretly frowned. Special Assistant Zhuang also expressed his confusion. What's going on? Since it's a cyber war, then it's a confrontation between 2 armies. They should blame it on their bad luck if they lose. What are they trying to do? Gu Nianji was someone who had experienced the entire cyber war that night. She had also hacked into the Skull and Bones Society's server and placed a Trojan horse virus in the Americans' download files. No one knew better than Gu Nianji how much the United States had lost this time. But knowing was one thing, was she really going to walk right into the trap and beg for forgiveness? Gu Nianji flicked the email and raised her eyebrows. Let them protest, then. Let's ignore them. Reading their emails was already giving them face. How could a defeated general speak of bravery? Speaker Long was amused by Gu Nianji and Special Assistant Zhuang. He shook his head and covered his mouth to cough. If it was only the U.S. Senate that sent me a letter, I could indeed ignore it. But they not only mobilized the Senate, but also the U.S. government's Department of Justice and the U.S. military. Gu Nianji, Special Assistant Zhuang. This is an email from the Speaker of the U.S. Senate, protesting that our cyber war has caused huge losses to their national interests. They reserve the right to seek compensation, Speaker Long said meaningfully. Speaker Long said meaningfully, also, I just learned that the U.S. military sent a protest email to our Supreme Commander of the Army, General G, demanding that we compensate the United States for their losses. They also promise not to engage in cyber warfare against the United States under any circumstances. Gu Nianji was speechless. How could they have the cheek to make such a shameless request? Speaker Long laughed. Countries never talked about face, only interests. Compensation for losses. Special Assistant Zhuang was also unsettled. He was more sensitive to numbers. How do we define the value of the losses? Of course it's an astronomical figure. Speaker Long folded his hands over the email from the U.S. Senate, his expression solemn. The U.S. Department of Justice also sent an email to our temporary cabinet. In the name of the United States, they named and filed a lawsuit against 27 soldiers from our country, accusing these people of stealing important technical information from the secret organization of the United States military. They asked our country to send these 27 soldiers to the United States for trial. Gu Nianji was shocked. 27 soldiers. This number was so familiar. It was exactly the same number of Special Operations Forces personnel who had conducted a cyber counterattack with Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng in the central control room that night. If it was really the 27 Special Operations Forces personnel in the central control room that night, where did the United States get this information from? It was the second night watch, and the monthly ticket for 3,600 plus the second night watch had arrived. It was still the third night watch. It was the third night watch at 7 p.m. Chapter 1054. As soon as Speaker Long finished speaking, Gu Nianji and Special Assistant Zhuang asked in unison, where did the Americans get this information? How did they know the names of our 27 soldiers? Speaker Long's expression was gloomy as he clenched his fists. This is also our problem. As he spoke, he placed the list of 27 soldiers in front of Gu Nianji. Take a look. Do we still need to fight this lawsuit? Gu Nianji looked at the list and immediately understood that it was the 27 Special Operations Forces members who had been in the central control room that day. She knew all of them. They were all her uncles and brothers who had watched her grow up. Seeing these familiar names become defendants in the American court, Gu Nianji felt it was unrealistic and absurd. She composed herself and skimmed through the indictment from the U.S. Department of Justice. The indictment was very thick, and Gu Nianji only read the summary at the top. The indictment from the U.S. Department of Justice showed that they had charged the 27 soldiers with 31 charges, including using phishing software to obtain passwords, hacking into the computer system of a secret U.S. laboratory to plant viruses, stealing advanced technical information, using virus commands to destroy computer hardware and software, as well as violating personal privacy and stealing business and trade secrets. They were demanding astronomical compensation. The court of prosecution was the Western District Court of the U.S. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and the 27 Chinese soldiers were immediately wanted. Attached to the indictment was an arrest warrant issued by the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, with clear photos of the 27 military officers. Gu Nianji looked at the summary and laughed bitterly. The United States used a politically correct person as the Attorney General, so his professionalism had to be relegated to the second line. Otherwise, how could they have come up with such a ridiculous indictment? I'm guessing the American judiciary will pretend to be deaf and mute for a long time. It's so embarrassing. You mean they shouldn't sue? Of course not. First of all, according to the procedural justice of American law, the means of obtaining evidence must be legal and public in order to have legal effect. Look at the information of these soldiers. It's top secret in our country, so how did the Americans get it? Do they dare to reveal how they obtained the information? Gu Nianji knocked on the thick indictment. They definitely wouldn't dare to say it. Anyone with eyes could see that they must have obtained this information through illegal means. Either they got it from the spies, or they used hackers to steal it from our system, just like how they accused us of cyber warfare. So what you're saying is that because they obtained the evidence illegally, this case is not valid at all. Speaker Long also studied law, so he was very familiar with legal issues. That's right, the U.S. court shouldn't have even filed the case. Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. We have to forgive their ignorance and arrogance. You have to know that the United States has gone mad under the banner of political correctness. They can sacrifice fairness, efficiency, quality, and conscience for the sake of political correctness. That's why the previous U.S. government was no good. It was filled with mentally retarded people who relied on political correctness to get to where they were. In the current U.S. government, the president, who was addicted to tweeting, had yet to complete the replacement of government officials. Many senior government positions were still retained by the previous officials. The Minister of Justice who prosecuted the Huaxia imperial soldiers had been appointed by the previous president. Speaker Long nodded. Nianji is right. Draft a rebuttal email and send it to me. I will forward it to the interim cabinet's Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Also, send a copy to General G. Gu Nianji nodded and returned to her office to draft a rebuttal email. She was very familiar with this kind of email, so she quickly criticized the other party's indictment with reason and restraint. From legal principles to legal provisions, from logic to common sense, she criticized everything thoroughly. The email was less than 300 words long, but it was already a very exciting court defense thesis. Speaker Long read the email and clapped his hands in approval. He immediately forwarded it to General G, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for their reference. General G and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs treated it like a treasure. They used Gu Nianji's rebuttal email as a basis to reply to the unreasonable demands of the United States. Only the Huaxia Imperial Ministry of Justice didn't take Speaker Long's forwarded email seriously. Because the Minister of Justice had been single-handedly appointed by Prime Minister Tan Dongbang, he had always followed Tan Dongbang's lead. Tan Dongbang's position as Prime Minister was in jeopardy, but the Minister of Justice still hadn't given up on him. He acted like the Prime Minister's lackey. As soon as he received the indictment from the United States Department of Justice, he was dumbfounded and immediately went to Tan Dongbang for advice. Tan Dongbang called Kai Song-yin over to listen to the Minister of Justice's report with her in the Prime Minister's office. He then read the summary of the indictment and felt a surge of excitement. Wasn't this matter highly possible? Tan Dongbang looked eagerly at Kai Song-yin. Song-yin, what do you think we should do about this matter? Kai Song-yin understood what Tan Dongbang meant as soon as he spoke. She flipped through the indictment and thought to herself, could it be that Tan Dongbang's fate as Prime Minister wasn't fated to die? If this matter was hyped up, perhaps she could still get a share of the spoils of the interim general election vote. Kai Song-yin held the thick stack of indictment and said, I have to go back and think about what to do. Fine, go think about it quickly. Tan Dongbang actually had his own ideas and was eager to try them out. However, Kai Song-yin had accumulated power for a long time, so he always instinctively sought her opinion first, especially on important matters. Kai Song-yin left Tan Dongbang's Prime Minister's office with the indictment and returned to her own building. When Tan Guiren returned from the Senate building in the morning, she discovered that her father, Tan Dongbang, was in a meeting and her mother was also attending the meeting, so she didn't see anyone. She took an afternoon nap after returning and heard from the servants that Kai Song-yin had already returned from outside. She hurriedly changed and went to the door to block it. Seeing Kai Song-yin, Tan Guiren flew over like a butterfly. Mommy! Little darling, why didn't you sleep more? Kai Song-yin stopped in her tracks and smiled as she watched Tan Guiren jump into her arms. Hugging Tan Guiren, Kai Song-yin said kindly, why didn't you sleep more? Mommy, I've already slept much better. Tan Guiren hugged Kai Song-yin's arm. Mommy, I have to tell you something. That Director Hong is a complete and utter bad person. Kai Song-yin was speechless. Little darling, don't worry about these outside matters. Just focus on your violin. Kai Song-yin stroked Tan Guiren's long, black hair. How was your time in the military art troupe? It was all right. Tan Guiren felt relieved that the message had been delivered. Mommy, I went to the troupe to practice my violin in the afternoon and won't be back until tonight. Go. I'll have Old Chong drive you there. Old Chong was Kai Song-yin's family's chauffeur. Tan Guiren happily left in the car, and Kai Song-yin finally had the opportunity to read the indictment from the U.S. Department of Justice. She read the indictment from a different perspective than Gu Nianji. Kai Song-yin read it from the perspective of sensationalizing news and entertainment. As she expected, there were too many things that could be hyped up in the indictment. There were only 4 days left before Tan Dongbang would be participating in the election again. They had to seize the high ground of the news. It was the third night watch, and it was still the third night watch today. Chapter 1055. Xingnan, there's something you need to help me with. Kai Song-yin called Kai Xingnan over and showed her the complaint from the U.S. Department of Justice. Help me translate it into Chinese, then ask your father what to do. Kai Song-yin's eldest brother, Kai Sumin, had just returned from the United States. He was a legendary figure in the early years of the American legal world and had once helped a U.S. president settle an impeachment case with the Senate's grand jury. However, because he was now an American citizen, Kai Song-yin couldn't show him the complaint directly and ask for his opinion. However, Kai Xingnan was still a Huaxia citizen, so it wasn't a problem for her to help as a legal consultant. Kai Xingnan glanced at it and was stunned. Is this really a complaint from the U.S. Department of Justice? How can the court file something like this? Kai Songyin smiled meaningfully. Not only is it, but it's already been filed. Kai Xingnan was speechless. Help me translate it first. Remember to translate it according to the legal terms used by the Huaxia people, then ask your father for his opinion. Kai Songyin reminded Kai Xingnan of a few things to take note of before letting her leave. Kai Xingnan immediately took the photocopied legal documents and complaint back to her family's villa. Her family's villa was halfway up the mountain near the Xiatangshan hot springs, so it was quite far from the imperial capital. Kai Xingnan's father, Kai Sumin, had returned to the empire to help his sister and brother-in-law, but he couldn't let others know he was helping them. Therefore, in order to hide it, he lived far away and only contacted his daughter. Since returning to the empire, he had only had one family reunion dinner with the Kai family at the family Sihyuan. With so many Kai family members as foils, he had only been able to see his sister Kai Songyin and niece Tan Guiren once. As for Tan Dongbang, Kai Songyin was too embarrassed to bring him back to her parents' home. The Kai family was a century-old family that had greatly supported the founding fathers of the Huaxia Empire, so the current higher-ups still gave them face. If he could, he would lend a helping hand. Therefore, when Tan Guiren was in danger in New York, Kai Songyin was urged by Hong Kongquan to ask Hu Xiaoheng to personally go to the United States to save her. There were many higher-ups who interceded or pressured her. Hu Xiaoheng saw that he couldn't refuse, so he played along and completed Gu Nianji's background check as well as their marriage application. However, these higher-ups hadn't expected Tan Dongbang to be so suicidal. It wasn't that there weren't any higher-ups who played with women, but there was no one like him who played with himself like the male lead of a small movie. Therefore, when Tan Dongbang's incident blew up, no one from the higher-ups spoke up for him. No one was stupid, especially those who were in high positions. They were all shrewd people. Those who were slightly inferior, such as Tan Dongbang, were immediately pulled down, and they probably didn't even know who was messing with them. However, Kai Songyin had used the Kai family's connections, her own status in the media world, and her incredible luck to finally make Tan Dongbang the prime minister. Although he had only been in power for a short period of time, he was still a prime minister, and he did not step down because of impeachment. Kai Sumin had returned this time because he saw that his younger sister was truly too pitiful. His younger sister's husband had gone too far, making it so that he couldn't use his connections with the higher-ups. That was why he agreed to come back and help her turn the tide. Looking at the copy of the complaint that Kai Xingnan brought back, as well as the subpoena from the American court, Kai Sumin was also speechless. What the hell are these people from the U.S. Department of Justice? Do they really think they're little princesses, and the whole world has to play politically correct with them? Kai Sumin pushed up his glasses. Just look at this Minister of Justice. His grades in law school were so bad that he almost couldn't graduate. Even he wants to play the law like politics. It wasn't impossible to play the law like politics, but the prerequisite was that you had to be very proficient in the law and also very proficient in politics. You couldn't play it as long as you were strong in one aspect. This Minister of Justice was obviously good at figuring out the intentions of the higher-ups and playing politics, but when it came to the legal aspect, he was completely clueless. That was why he came up with something that the whole world could see was an American thief calling for a thief. Kai Xingnan was very disappointed to hear that. Does that mean we can't do anything? According to Kai Sumin's opinion, looking at this kind of nonsensical thing was already giving it face, so they should just ignore it. Actually, Gu Nianji also thought the same way. Or rather, any normal lawyer would think the same way. However, lawyers who wanted to cause trouble were exceptions. For example, Kai Xingnan. Like Kai Songyin, she also felt that there was still hope. What do you mean? Kai Sumin glanced at her. Or is it your aunt's idea? Kai Xingnan smiled but didn't say anything. Kai Sumin understood and muttered, "Put it down. I'll think about it again." Kai Sumin didn't rack his brains. Instead, he made a round of calls to the United States. He had a wide network of contacts in the American legal community, so he asked about the U.S. Department of Justice's lawsuit against the Huaxia nation's military for launching a cyber war against the United States. Kai Sumin felt that something wasn't quite right as he looked at this indictment that was full of mistakes and would cause others to feel embarrassed when they read it. Although the U.S. government's level and ability had been pulled down because of political correctness, the United States still had the world's top elites. These elites were concentrated in a few departments that hadn't been affected by political correctness. For example, the U.S. Tax Administration, the financial giants of Wall Street, and another one was the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. The U.S. media even dared to mock the president, but not a single media dared to mock the CIA. This was a tacit understanding that the U.S. media couldn't openly declare. And based on Kai Sumin's understanding of the U.S. government, if the U.S. Department of Justice's indictment didn't have the CIA behind it, he could revoke his law license. So why would the elites of the CIA tolerate such a nonsensical document being filed in the court and sent to the higher-ups of the Huaxia Empire? As expected, Kai Sumin had an idea after making a round of phone calls. At breakfast time the next morning, Kai Sumin and Kai Xingnan sat in the spacious and bright American-style kitchen. Facing the lush spring scenery of Little Tang Mountain, Kai Sumin poured maple syrup onto a pancake as he gave instructions to Kai Xingnan. Kai Sumin handed her a translated legal document. "Take a look and correct any typos." Kai Xingnan read through it and immediately prostrated herself in admiration. This was a cleverly worded translated document that repolished the U.S. Department of Justice's awkward position and unprofessional legal proposal. It could be said that if the U.S. Department of Justice used Kai Sumin's indictment to file in the court, it would be much more professional and reasonable than their original text. In Kai Sumin's Chinese translation, he revised the U.S. Department of Justice's rigid accusations. Although it was still 31 accusations, he emphasized that the United States had no intention of going against the Huaxia Empire's government. They would always resolve the problem peacefully and resort to the law only to make them take it seriously. It could be said that this was an indictment that fit the reading habits of the Huaxia Empire very well. From the higher-ups to the common people, the Huaxia people all had a miraculous temperament that was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Kai Xingnan felt like she had found a treasure. She brought her father's translated and polished indictment to the Prime Minister's official residence and handed it to Kai Songyin. "Auntie, my father personally translated this. Take a look and see if you can cooperate." Kai Xingnan took out her phone and found the news from the United States. "Look. Can we cooperate to create hype?" Kai Songyin was ecstatic when she saw it and couldn't help but hug Kai Xingnan. "Thank you, Xingnan. Thank your father for me. I knew my brother was the best." Kai Songyin took the translated indictment and went to Tan Dongbang's office. They didn't have much time left, so one day at a time was one day at a time. Tan Dongbang was very reluctant to leave. He sat in his office and looked at everything around him. He told himself that if he could continue sitting there, he would do anything, even if he had to sell his soul to the devil. Almost overnight, all the major media outlets in the Huaxia Empire published the news of the United States Department of Justice suing the Huaxia Empire's soldiers. Whether it was from the perspective of attention-grabbing news or from the perspective of the value of the matter itself, there was great potential for success. Not only did the media publish the original English summary of the indictment, but they also published a meticulously translated Chinese indictment. Compared to the original English summary, the meticulously translated Chinese indictment was as smooth as an angel's. Correspondingly, the domestic media suddenly reposted the hot news from the United States on a large scale. The news from the United States had more content than the indictment, and it could be considered an annotation to this strange indictment. It turned out that the reason the Americans were so aggressive in suing the 27 soldiers this time was because the famous hacker, Pink Piggy, had breached an important secret laboratory in the United States a few days ago. The United States claimed that the Pink Piggy had used the 27 soldiers as cover that night to launch a cyber attack on the United States, disregarding national morality and causing huge losses to the United States. In this regard, the Pink Piggy was the main culprit, and the 27 soldiers were accomplices. At the same time, Germany, the first country to be severely damaged by the Pink Piggy, spoke up. The German Chancellor suddenly announced a visit to the Xia Empire at this time, accompanied by Major General Reinitz of the German Federal Intelligence Service. They wanted to conduct important negotiations regarding the devastating blow that the Pink Piggy had caused to the German Federal Intelligence Service. Germany and the United States quickly revealed their bottom line. They could not sue the Xia Empire's soldiers, but the Xia Empire must hand over the Pink Piggy. They requested that the Pink Piggy be extradited to Germany and the United States to be tried separately. As soon as the German news was announced, the domestic public media set off a new climax of revelry. They scolded the Pink Piggy for ignoring international law, causing the deterioration of relations between countries for her own selfish interests, and harming the interests of other countries. It was not in line with the spirit of a great country. They all said that if this continued, your country will be done for. In the name of the people, they strongly requested that the country hand over the Pink Piggy to Germany and the United States to deal with in order to appease the anger of the great countries. This was the first watch. It was still the third watch. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Let's persevere. Monthly tickets at 1 p.m., plus 3,900 plus updates, the third watch at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to the leader, Moon Palace Master, for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Chapter 1056. Gu Nianji had been forced to lose weight by Hu Shaoheng the entire night, and before she almost fell asleep, she felt that she had really lost weight. The two of them had exercised a lot last night and only slept for a short while when it was almost dawn. However, Hu Shaoheng still woke up at 7. He opened his eyes and immediately saw Gu Nianji sleeping soundly in the crook of his arm. After a night of entanglement, her fair and bright face was sparkling and translucent like a freshly peeled lychee. It was so tender that if one lightly touched it with their lips, they would be able to suck out the sweet juice within. Hu Shaoheng couldn't hold back once he started kissing her. His swollen body screamed as the memory of last night's madness came back to him. In a daze, Gu Nianji began another round of weight loss. After it was over, Gu Nianji decided not to lose weight for the rest of her life. Losing weight is really killing me. You're awake. Hu Shaoheng saw that Gu Nianji's eyelashes were trembling, but she refused to open them. How can I not wake up? Gu Nianji muttered. The bed was about to fall apart from his shaking. Hu Shaoheng chuckled quietly in her ear. Gu Nianji, who was attracted to sound, blushed. She closed her eyes and reached out to push Hu Shaoheng's face away. She said impatiently, "If you want to laugh, go further away. Don't laugh in my ear." All right. Hu Shaoheng readily accepted her advice and stopped laughing. He lay on his side next to Gu Nianji and blew gently into her ear. Gu Nianji felt half her body go numb. She wrapped herself in the blanket and quickly rolled away, muttering, "If you do this again, I'm going to counterattack. Come on, let's hurt each other." Hu Shaoheng reached out and pulled her over. "I'll wait for you to ravage me." Gu Nianji, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Hu Shaoheng with sparkling eyes. Really? The 108 moves on how to eat Hu Shaoheng surfaced in her mind. Hu Shaoheng felt infinitely satisfied just looking into her eyes. He had just laid down and was about to pull Gu Nianji onto his body when Gu Nianji's phone rang untimely. She hurriedly leaned over and took it to have a look. Other than the caller ID, there were also a few text messages. Special Assistant Zhuang and He Zhichu had both texted her. The call was from He Zhichu. He probably couldn't help but call her when she didn't reply to his text. Gu Nianji quickly swiped her phone to answer the call. Professor He. He Zhichu sat in front of his computer desk and looked at the news online. He said dryly, Nianji, are you at work? Gu Nianji looked at the time and cursed under her breath. It was already 8:10. She quickly pushed Hua Xiaoheng away and frantically got off the bed. She went to the bathroom and said embarrassedly, No, I haven't left the house yet. He Zhichu rubbed his tightly furrowed brows and said helplessly, Don't worry. I'm just telling you that the United States and Germany have officially requested to extradite the pink piggy. You should be mentally prepared. Gu Nianji froze. Extradite the pink piggy. When did that happen? All she did was sleep. How did she become a fugitive? Aren't the American courts suing those 27 soldiers? Could they be suing the pink piggy at the same time? Gu Nianji tightened her grip on her phone. He Zhichu laughed. Looks like you really just woke up. You haven't checked the news on Weibo yet, have you? Go take a look. I'm hanging up now. After He Zhichu hung up, Gu Nianji quickly opened Weibo. All of a sudden, all sorts of trending searches clamoring for the country to hand over the pink piggy made her suffocate. Since when did "your country is doomed" become mainstream? Did they really think the silence of the silent majority meant they agreed? Gu Nianji almost wanted to log into her alternate account and fight with these public guides. Hua Xiaoheng's knock stopped her just in time. Nianji. What's wrong? Hua Xiaoheng knocked on the bathroom door. Can I come in? Gu Nianji opened the door casually and handed the phone to Hua Xiaoheng. Look. Hua Xiaoheng took the phone and quickly scrolled through all the news articles. He smiled faintly and shook his head. Are these people's words worth getting angry over? Is this the first time you know how powerful these "your country" people are? Who told them to provoke me? Gu Nianji said angrily. I'm the pink piggy. They want to hand me over and sell the country for glory. How can I not be angry? Why would I let them hand you over? Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. Unless they step over my dead body. Really? Gu Nianji looked up in surprise. I'm so happy that you can say that. She grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's arm and shook it. She said firmly, however, I won't let anyone have the chance to step over your dead body. Because I won't let anyone have the chance to kill you. Hua Xiaoheng's heart warmed. He smiled and hugged her. I know. Me too. The warmth between the two didn't last long before they had to separate. Gu Nianji had to hurry to the Senate. Special Assistant Zhuang had already sent her several text messages saying that Speaker Long wanted to see her. Gu Nianji looked at her watch and hoped that she would arrive at the Senate building at 8:30. Hua Xiaoheng stopped teasing her and went to the bathroom in the guest room to wash up. When he came out after changing, Gu Nianji had already left. Recently, whenever Hua Xiaoheng came to Gu Nianji's suite, the two of them would move separately. They never appeared in pairs in the neighborhood. Hua Xiaoheng took the car keys to the underground parking lot and drove back to the headquarters. Gu Nianji arrived at Speaker Long's office 1 minute past 8:30. Special Assistant Zhuang, who was already waiting there, quickly pushed open the door to Speaker Long's office. Nianji, hurry in. Speaker Long is waiting for you. Thank you, Special Assistant Zhuang. Gu Nianji walked in and sat down in front of Speaker Long's desk. Speaker Long, what can I do for you? Speaker Long threw the morning news summary in front of Gu Nianji and said, the German Chancellor is visiting the Hua Xia Empire with the Director of the Federal Intelligence Service. I have to go to the airport to welcome them. You can come with me. Gu Nianji's eyes widened in surprise. They're here so soon. But why are you the one going to welcome them? Speaker Long smiled bitterly. Because the cabinet has already been dissolved. It's a temporary cabinet now. The people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will go to the airport to welcome them, but we still need a head of government to oversee it. Tan Dongbang definitely can't represent our country anymore, and General Ji is from the military, so it's not convenient for him to make an appearance. So it's only an old man like me. Gu Nianji quickly smiled. You're old but strong. You don't look old at all. Little bootlicker. Speaker Long scolded her with a smile. Go back and pack. The German plane will arrive at 5 in the afternoon. You and I will go to the airport to welcome them. Gu Nianji thought about how Reinitz was also coming this time and felt very conflicted. She only found out that Reinitz was the director of the Federal Intelligence Service after she returned from Germany. ALS, who tortured her and electrocuted her, turned out to be Reinitz's subordinates. Speaker Long, can I not go? Gu Nianji said hesitantly and lowered her eyes slightly. You can't go. Speaker Long raised his eyebrows and turned on the computer to check on the ceremony to welcome the VIPs at the airport in the afternoon. Why not? I'm afraid of strangers. Gu Nianji confidently found an excuse. I'm not used to meeting strangers. I see. Speaker Long could tell that she was being perfunctory and raised his hand disapprovingly. If you're not used to it, then you can get used to meeting more people. Alright, that's enough. Go back and prepare. Gu Nianji had no choice but to go back to her office to pack and then go home. She really needed to pick out a good outfit to welcome the foreign VIPs at the airport. Hong Kongwan was detained by Speaker Long's people in a small gray building. After he woke up in the morning, he read the newspapers for a while. He read the headlines of all the major newspapers with great interest. Then, he saw the complaint from the American court and the Chinese translation. He also saw the trending American news forwarded by all the major media outlets. Pink Piggy. Hong Kongchuan's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at the English summary of the complaint and suddenly realized something was different. If he read it in a special word order, the summary of the complaint was actually sending him a message. This was the method that the owner of the invalid number taught him. Could it be that the real purpose of the complaint was to send him a message? Hong Kongchuan's expression changed. He finally looked up and said to the person detaining him, I have important news to report to my superiors. I want to redeem myself. It was the second night watch, and the monthly votes had been delivered at 3,900 plus the second night watch. It was still the third night watch. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. Let's persevere. It was 7 in the evening, the third night watch. Chapter 1057. You have important news to report to your superiors? The staff member who was holding him looked at Hong Kongwan in confusion. Director Hong, why didn't you mention this before? Hong Kongwan replied calmly, I didn't know this news was so important before, so I didn't mention it. When I saw the headlines today, I realized that I might have missed the most important news, so I hope to redeem myself. What news? The staff member narrowed his eyes. He wasn't willing to make a trip to the Senate building just because of Hong Kongchuan's words. Here. Hong Kongwan pointed at the hot American news reprinted in the newspaper. The Americans want us to hand over the pink piggy. I might know how to find the pink piggy. Really? The staff member was interested. If Hong Kongwan really knew how to find the pink piggy, then it would be a great achievement. Wait, I'll ask my superiors. The staff member was about to call the Senate. Hong Kongwan shook his head. Call Prime Minister Tan. I'll only tell him about this. Tan Dongbang was only the acting prime minister at this time. The Senate had previously tried to impeach him but failed. According to the law, if the Senate wanted to impeach him again, they would need to go through more stringent procedures and would have no chance of success. Therefore, Speaker Long didn't choose to impeach him again. Instead, he chose to dissolve the cabinet and hold a new interim election. But before the interim election was held and a new prime minister was elected, Tan Dongbang would still be the acting prime minister. His cabinet would still be the acting cabinet and would only be a transitional government organization waiting for a new prime minister to be elected. So at this time, Tan Dongbang still had a lot of power. Of course, he was still inferior to the official prime minister. Speaker Long felt that Tan Dongbang's image was no longer worthy of being prime minister. He didn't want him to attend any national events because he didn't want others to see him embarrass the Xia Empire. But from a legal perspective, Tan Dongbang's position as acting prime minister was secure. Hong Kongwan insisted on seeing Tan Dongbang, so the staff member thought about it and chose to call the Senate first. But at this time, Speaker Long and Special Assistant Zhuang were nervously arranging the reception of the German Chancellor and the Director of the Federal Intelligence Agency, so they didn't have time to answer the phone. The staff member who was guarding Hong Kongwan only managed to make a call to a small operator in the Senate Secretariat before he stopped. The staff member saw that neither Speaker Long nor Special Assistant Zhuang had time to answer the phone, so he didn't want to spread such important news. He could only leave a message and ask Special Assistant Zhuang to call him when he had time. Then, according to Hong Kongchuan's request, he called Prime Minister Tan of the cabinet. Tan Dongbang happened to be in his office, so he personally took the call after his secretary transferred the call. As soon as he heard the staff member say that Hong Kongwan had a way to find the pink piggy, Tan Dongbang immediately stood up. What? Is what he said true? What Director Hong said is absolutely true. The staff member's attitude towards Hong Kongwan was much more polite. What if Hong Kongwan suddenly made a comeback? Tan Dongbang thought about it and said suspiciously, if he can find it, then let him. Why me? I'm not the pink piggy. The employee relayed Tan Dongbang's words to Hong Kongwan. Hong Kongwan silently cursed Tan Dongbang for not knowing what was good for him, but he still said patiently, ask Prime Minister Tan to come over when he's free. I have something to say to him in person. Tan Dongbang originally didn't want to get involved in this mess, but when he thought of his current situation where his life was hanging by a thread, he chose to make a last attempt. What if he was a blind cat and ran into a dead mouse? It wasn't like this hadn't happened before. As Tan Dongbang thought about it, he packed his briefcase and had someone prepare a car to go to the place where Hong Kongwan was being held. As the acting prime minister, Tan Dongbang was the symbol of the head of state, so he still had a lot of authority. The staff member who was holding Hong Kongwan checked the relevant regulations and finally had no choice but to let Tan Dongbang in. When he arrived at the guest room, Tan Dongbang saw that Hong Kongwan was already waiting there. He sat down across from him and said calmly, Director Hong, you better have something to say. Otherwise, don't waste our time. Hong Kongwan nodded. Prime Minister Tan, I only have one thing to say. As long as you support me in finding the pink piggy, you can officially become the Prime Minister from the acting position. What did you say? Tan Dongbang's expression instantly changed. Hong Kongwan, don't talk nonsense. His heart was pounding, but he hoped that Hong Kongwan would refute him and tell him that he had a way to continue being the Prime Minister. Hong Kongwan laughed when he saw Tan Dongbang's reaction. Prime Minister Tan, whether or not I'm talking nonsense depends on whether or not you give me this opportunity. Tan Dongbang's expression fluctuated for a long time before he finally made up his mind and asked Hong Kongwan, what opportunity do you want me to give you? Use your Prime Minister privilege to let me out first. Then give me the authorization to go to the Special Operations Forces and find the 27 people who participated in the cyber war that night to go to my Secret Service for questioning. Hong Kongchuan's eyes were bloodthirsty and excited. This was what he had wanted to do that night, but because of Speaker Long's indecision, he had failed at the last step. However, he hadn't been wrong. The expert who had been giving him pointers really did have a way to turn things around. Tan Dongbang's prime minister privilege could indeed be used once. However, it was usually only used when he stepped down from office. It wouldn't be difficult to let Hong Kongquan out of here, and he didn't even need to use his prime minister privilege. However, it would be extremely difficult to find people from the Special Operations Forces to go to the Secret Service for questioning. He would probably need to use his prime minister privilege. Tan Dongbang's eyes flickered. The prime minister privilege can only be used once in a single term. Director Hong, this request of yours is a bit too much. Whether it's too much or not depends on the returns. If the returns are high, then what's all this? Hong Kongquan said proudly. He didn't seem at all like someone who was being detained. I still can't think of what this has to do with my election. In a few days, I won't even be the acting prime minister anymore, so I won't be able to help you. Tan Dongbang asked slyly. He was completely in a state where he wouldn't release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. Hong Kongquan laughed. Tan Dongbang was obviously attracted by his conditions and was still resisting stubbornly and with great difficulty. Prime Minister Tan, if you can handle this matter, you might be elected again. Hong Kongquan said very enthusiastically. Think about it. If I can find the pink piggy, you will be able to receive the support of the United States and Germany. It will be beneficial for the election. Tan Dongbang's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. But there seems to be opposition from the people in the Huaxia Empire. Currently, all the major social media platforms were controlled by the public's leading party, and the silent majority had suppressed their desire to speak up. However, there was no lack of unyielding people who had expressed opposition from the very beginning. It's normal to have opposition. It's abnormal to be completely in favor of it. Hong Kongquan understood very well. But as long as I find the pink piggy, and hand her over to the Americans and Germans, this lawsuit will be cancelled. We won't have to pay exorbitant compensation either, and we'll save the country and the military a lot of money. Everyone will thank us. With this kind of achievement, when the time comes, we can use it to promote it in the media. Don't you think your chances will be much better? It was the third watch, and it was still the third watch today. Let's remind everyone of our recommendation votes and monthly votes. Let's persevere. Chapter 1058. I'm on a business trip in New York, and I've been stuck in traffic in Manhattan since 5 p.m. I estimate that I'll only be able to return to the hotel at 9:30 p.m., so I have no choice but to postpone the update. I'll be going to Boston tomorrow. In order to prevent everyone from waiting, I'll postpone the first update to 12 p.m., just like today. Moi, my dear friends, seeing that I haven't forgotten to update even though I'm on a business trip, please vote for me with your monthly and recommendation votes. Chapter 1059. Will it really happen? Tan Dongbang was a bit doubtful. If I listen to the Americans' request and give them the pink piggy, will our citizens really thank me? And then vote for me? Were the citizens that easy to fool? Hong Kongquan glared at Tan Dongbang in exasperation. If it weren't for the fact that there were guards here, he really would have punched this man in the face. He really thought that the reason he was chosen last time was because his wife, Kai Song-yin, stirred up a storm in the media. However, he couldn't tell him the truth about this matter, so he could only find some nonsensical reasons to fool Tan Dongbang. Prime Minister Tan, have you ever heard of the saying, the people can do whatever they want, but they can't be made to know? A crafty glint appeared in Hong Kongchuan's eyes. Tan Dongbang frowned and looked down at the headlines in front of him, so he missed the change in Hong Kongchuan's expression. He nodded. Of course I know. You mean? Yes, what I mean is that the people follow blindly. They don't have the ability to think for themselves. They're like a bunch of fat deer with no intelligence. You don't have to rack your brains to think about how to get their support. What you need to do is to get support from the upper echelons, especially from foreign powers. Hong Kong enthusiastically promoted the benefits of relying on a powerful force to Tan Dong Bang and promised, as long as you help me find the pink piggy, I can almost guarantee that you will be re-elected. When he whispered this into Tan Dong Bang's ear, Tan Dong Bang couldn't help but shiver with excitement. Are you serious? Can you guarantee it? What guarantee do you have? Tan Dong Bang's eyes shone with a feverish light. His pupils behind his crystal lenses had almost shrunk into tiny black dots, making the whites of his eyes appear to take up a lot more space than his black irises. Hong Kong lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, then enunciated each word clearly, guarantee. I can only say that if we fail, I will bear all the responsibility. Also, go ask your wife, Kai Song-yin, to see if I'm trustworthy. Tan Dong Bang's expression wavered. Fine, I'll go back and ask her. Tan Dong Bang returned to the Prime Minister's official residence and immediately sought out Kai Song-yin to ask about Hong Kong. Song-yin, Hong Kong said he has a way. Do you believe him? Tan Dong Bang had thought he was going to lose for sure this time, but he hadn't expected things to take a turn for the better. It looked like he still had a chance to turn things around. However, this hope was too slim. Even he himself did not believe Hong Kong's words. But even if he didn't believe it, after careful consideration, he decided to give it a try. Because even if he did not succeed, for him, it would be the same failure as now. He would not lose anything more. However, if he succeeded, he would really be able to turn over a new leaf. It was like a bet. If he lost, he wouldn't have to pay any price. But if he won, he would gain huge profits. Who would give up on such a gamble? Kai Song-yin was still very impressed by Hong Kong's abilities. She even knew that Hong Kong had a powerful force supporting him from behind. As for who it was, she didn't know. In any case, Hong Kong's suggestions had indeed solved her urgent problems the last few times she had been in trouble. Also, she had the same thought as Tan Dong Bang, which was that this opportunity was too good to pass up. Therefore, she felt that she could trust Hong Kong just this once. Dong Bang, I want to ask you, if you are elected again, will you be able to learn from this experience? Kai Song-yin was trying to convince Tan Dong Bang. She no longer had any trust in him. She was completely relying on power and profit to tie the two of them together. If Tan Dong Bang was elected Prime Minister again, she would continue to be his wife. If he couldn't be elected, then she would bid farewell to him. She would ask for a divorce. It had to be said that although Tan Dong Bang and Kai Song-yin slept in the same bed but dreamed different dreams, their way of thinking was exactly the same. They were truly soulmates through and through. Of course I won't do anything to let you down again. Song-yin, you don't know how ashamed I am. Every time I think about how I was tricked by an evil and shallow woman like Gu Yanran, I'm so ashamed that I can't even show my face. Also, I've learned from my mistakes. Your husband is not an idiot. Can't I learn from my mistakes? Tan Dong Bang swore to Kai Song-yin. If I make such a mistake again, then I will let Song-yin down and not be elected Prime Minister. Kai Song-yin rolled her eyes at him. You don't have to swear to me. It's fine as long as you have your own plans. Tell Hong Kong that we can help him, but he must find the pink piggy before the election and hand it over to the Americans. At the same time, he must guarantee that you will be successfully elected. Tan Dong Bang chuckled. That's what he said anyway. Actually, I also want to know how he will turn the tables on me. Tan Dong Bang wasn't the only one curious. Even Kai Song-yin was curious. After the two of them discussed it, Tan Dongbang ignored his aide's dissuasion and insisted on doing things his own way. He used the highest executive order to release Hong Kong-kwan from custody and restore his position as director of the Secret Service. Then, he used his privileges as Prime Minister to allow him to go to the Special Operations Forces and request the transfer of those 27 personnel to the Secret Service to assist in the investigation. Hong Kong-kwan left the place where he was being held and immediately returned to the Secret Service. He found Deputy Director Fong of the Secret Service and showed him the Prime Minister's special authorization. Old Fong, make a trip to the Special Operations Forces and summon the 27 members of the Special Operations Forces who have already been exposed to the Secret Service to assist in the investigation. According to procedure, if something goes wrong within the Special Operations Forces, the Secret Service will handle it. This was indeed one of the powers granted to the Secret Service. Deputy Director Fong had already been investigating this matter, so he didn't suspect anything. He immediately said, "Yes, Director Hong. I'll go to the Special Operations Forces to summon the personnel." He then asked, "Director Hong, are you all right?" Hong Kong-kwan waved his hand. "I'm fine to begin with. It's not the first time that the Special Operations Forces have disliked us, but Hu Xiaoheng is still too young to take me down. Don't worry, they don't have any evidence. They want to erase all my years of contributions based on hearsay and speculation. I'm not the only one who won't accept it. The Secret Service won't accept it either." Deputy Director Fong sighed in relief. "We were also very worried about you. Everyone is very happy to know that you're all right." "Thank you." Hong Kong-kwan smiled very kindly. "I'll treat everyone to a meal at Fulin Restaurant after work." Deputy Director Fong grinned. "I'd better get back to work first." Hong Kong-kwan stopped him again. "Take Prime Minister Tan's special authorization and go to the Special Operations Forces to summon those 27 people back to assist in the investigation. There's no need to say that I'm already back. We need to catch them off guard." Deputy Director Fong laughed. "Director Hong, you're really going to give them a fright." It had to be said that Hong Kong-chuan's return to the Secret Service would be a huge boost of morale for everyone in the Secret Service. If the head of the Special Operations Forces had really managed to bring down the director of the Secret Service, then the entire Secret Service would be unable to raise their heads in front of the Special Operations Forces in the future. Fortunately, their director was so powerful that he was able to return from the Senate's detention center without any problems. At the same time, Song Jining suddenly called Hu Xiaoheng excitedly. "Xiaoheng, I've already been observing for 2 days. Our surveillance cameras at the Institute of High Energy Physics have discovered that the strange magnetic field has appeared again in Sea City where Gu Nianji had her car accident. I need to go to Sea City immediately for an on-site inspection." This was the first time Song Jining had encountered such a situation since she had regained consciousness, and it was also closely related to their secret experiment from 17 years ago. The opportunity was fleeting, and she absolutely could not give it up. For the past 7 years, the Institute of High Energy Physics had been conducting field research on this magnetic field, and the Special Operations Forces had been providing special security. Hu Xiaoheng immediately decided to let Song Jining bring the equipment and staff with him on the military plane to Sea City immediately. He also wanted to know what would happen in that place, and whether the appearance of this magnetic field would be related to Gu Nianji. Deputy Director Fong brought the staff of the Secret Service to the Special Operations Forces with the Prime Minister's special authorization to request that the 27 people be brought back to the Secret Service to assist in the investigation. Hu Xiaoheng was on the military plane flying to Sea City. Phone calls were temporarily unavailable on the plane, so after the operator left a message for Hu Xiaoheng, he informed the current head of the military base, Zhou Qiyuan. Although Zhou Qiyuan was reluctant, he couldn't refuse the Prime Minister's special authorization. Moreover, the United States did indeed have evidence against the 27 staff members, so according to procedure, the Secret Service should indeed investigate. Zhou Qiyuan didn't know that Hong Kongwan had already been released. After he called General Ji for instructions, he agreed to Deputy Director Feng's request and allowed the 27 staff members to follow Deputy Director Feng to the Secret Service to assist in the investigation. They all thought that it was only a job requirement, and that they were assisting in the investigation according to procedure. Even Deputy Director Feng of the Secret Service thought so. However, as soon as the 27 staff members arrived at the Secret Service, Hong Kongwan immediately ordered all of them to be taken to the execution room and detained separately. He also sealed off all communication channels for the Secret Service and increased the security level to the highest level. At this time, Gu Nianji had just changed into a professional suit and arrived at the Senate. She was about to go with Speaker Long to the airport to greet the members of the Chinese delegation, including the German Chancellor and Major General Reinitz of the Federal Intelligence Agency. This was the first update. It was still the third update. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. Monthly votes at 7 p.m., 4,200 plus updates, and the third update at 9 p.m. P.S. If there are any changes to the update time in the future, I will notify you on Weibo. This time, I will no longer be posting individual chapters. Because I recently learned that these free individual chapters have an impact on the number of chapters available through the channel. My Weibo, Writers Cambrian. Chapter 1060. The Secret Service's execution room occupied the entire third basement floor of the Secret Service's operations building. On the surface, it looked no different from any other room, but once all the lights were turned off, there were endless possibilities. Hong Kongwan was wearing a full Secret Service uniform, special sunglasses, and tall leather boots. He brought his trusted subordinates to the execution room floor. In each of the 27 small execution rooms, there was a member of the Special Operations Forces locked up. They were all people whose real names and photos had been revealed in the U.S. Department of Justice's indictment. Hong Kongwan sat in the monitoring room and spoke to the Special Operations Forces members through the microphone. My colleagues from the Special Operations Forces, I am very sorry that you have experienced this undeserved disaster. I know it was not your fault, but because of your chief's mistake, your system was breached, and your data was obtained by the U.S. Department of Justice to be used against you. The Special Operations Forces members sitting in the execution room listened to him quietly without any expression on their faces. Hong Kongwan was a little annoyed. He frowned and said, "The impact of this incident is extremely bad. I don't need to say anything this time. You all know the result. That is, you will definitely be discharged from the military." At this time, the Special Operations Forces members began to move. Some of them moved their necks uneasily, while others twisted their legs tightly. Although there was no change in expression on their faces, some subtle movements showed the change in their emotions. Hong Kongwan breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that these Special Operations Forces members were all made of steel and would not be moved by him, but I know that all of you are smart and capable soldiers. Even if you are discharged and have to take the blame for someone else, you will not back down. Hong Kongwan changed the topic and began to praise the members of the Special Operations Forces. That's why I'm so heartbroken. You don't deserve to suffer such a fate. You could have had a bright future ahead of you. You shouldn't have ruined your futures for a notorious hacker who does whatever he wants. As soon as Hong Kongwan finished speaking, he noticed that the pulse and heartbeat of these Special Operations Forces members had suddenly accelerated. Yes, the chairs in the execution room were large instruments with lie detection functions. These Special Operations Forces members were sitting on the chairs. Even if they turned their bodies slightly, these chairs could detect changes in their blood pressure, pulse, and heartbeat. As for the lie detector, it used the changes in the human body's basic data to test the truth. Hong Kongchuan's pupils suddenly shrank. These people really knew who the pink piggy was. Hong Kongquan's palms began to sweat when he thought about the message that person had sent him. His gamble had indeed succeeded. Only by finding the pink piggy and handing it over would the other party do their best to help him eliminate Hu Xiaoheng. As long as Hu Xiaoheng was physically eliminated, then the entire Xia Empire's intelligence agency would be under his control. He would never betray the interests of the country, and what was the pink piggy? How could a hacker be considered a national interest? From what Hong Kongquan knew, he had never thought that handing over the pink piggy was a big deal. If a civilian hacker could see the big picture and know how much trouble she had caused for the country, she should have turned herself in. Instead of waiting for the country to clean up the mess for her. Hong Kongquan had never been kind to people who didn't know what was good for them. Thinking that the pink piggy was at his fingertips, Hong Kongquan became excited. My colleagues from the Special Operations Forces, since you all know who the pink piggy is, then I won't say more. Write down her real name, identity, occupation, home address, and phone number. Write down as much as you know. Once you're done, you can leave the Secret Service. I promise you that if you are discharged, the doors of the Secret Service will be open to you. As long as you come, I will at least fight for the position of director for each of you. The Special Operations Forces was part of the military, and the members were all regular soldiers. The Secret Service was part of the cabinet, and the members were all ordinary citizens. Of course, there were also many retired soldiers. For example, Hong Kongquan himself was a retired soldier. His move of combining kindness with severity and disintegration was very impressive. His confidants were very envious when they heard this. Unfortunately, they didn't know who the pink piggy was. Otherwise, they would also be able to become directors. They looked at the 27 small screens in the monitoring room with red eyes, waiting for the members of the Special Operations Forces to write down the whereabouts of the pink piggy. However, they waited for a full 30 minutes, and the 27 members of the Special Operations Forces were still sitting motionlessly in their chairs. Not a single one of them moved. Moreover, their heartbeats and pulses were stable, as if they had made a unanimous decision. Each of them sat in the execution room with a normal expression, and no one said a word. The 27 execution rooms were as quiet as an ancient wasteland. Even the sound of human breathing could not be heard. Hong Kongquan's expression suddenly became very ugly. Not a single one of them said anything. Boss, these people really don't know what's good for them. Hong Kongquan's confidants began to point at the screen. If I knew who that person was, I would definitely write it down immediately. Exactly. If we knew, we would also ask the boss to make us directors. Everyone laughed happily as if they were already directors. Hong Kongquan's heart skipped a beat. He looked at these people and asked, "You guys want to be directors too?" "Huh? Boss, we were just joking." "Boss, are you for real? Is there room for negotiation?" The eyes of the people around Hong Kongquan almost turned green. They could not hide the greed in their eyes. Hong Kongquan smiled without saying a word and waited for another 30 minutes. After an hour, none of these people moved, and no one made a sound. Hong Kongquan's first plan had failed, so he thought of another. He said into the microphone, "Are you going to talk or not? Actually, some of you have already confessed to me. If you don't want to lose everything, just say it. Someone has already said it anyway." At this time, one of the Special Operations Forces staff in the execution room spoke. "Is it Director Hong? If someone has already confessed, can you let me go back? You already know who it is anyway, so why are you still locking me up?" "Director Hong. Someone confessed. That's great. Then let me go. This has nothing to do with me anyway. I don't know who the pink piggy is. Aren't you afraid of making a mistake by locking me up like this?" Congratulations, Director Hong, for successfully completing the political mission that the United States assigned to you. Can you let me go now? Anyway, I really don't know who the pink piggy is. You don't have to waste your energy on me. One after another, the same mocking voices of the Special Operations Forces staff could be heard coming from the microphones in the 27 execution rooms. Hong Kongquan's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He did not expect these Special Operations Forces staff to be so quick-witted. They practically wanted to start a dye factory just because he gave them some color. He was just trying to trick them. He did not expect that not only would he not succeed, but they would also use this as an excuse to immediately ask him to let him go. This was the second update, and the monthly tickets had been delivered for 4,200 plus updates. It was still the third update today. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. 9 p.m., the third update. P.S. If there are any changes to the update time in the future, I will notify you on Weibo. This time, I will not be posting any more chapters. Because I just recently found out that these free chapters have an impact on the number of chapters on the channel. My Weibo, Writer Cambrian. Chapter 1061. Hong Kongquan's confidants looked at each other and thought to themselves that their boss had overreached himself. How could he be in a good mood after being ridiculed by the staff of the Special Operations Forces? Hong Kongquan took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. He pointed at the screen and said, "You guys go. I don't care what you do, but whoever can pry open their mouths, I will give you the position of director." The director was a level higher than the director. Hong Kongquan's confidant's eyes all lit up. "Boss, are you for real? There's no need for director. The position of director is fine." Seeing his subordinates express their loyalty, Hong Kongquan finally felt like he had regained some of his dignity after being trampled on by the Special Operations Forces. "All right, it's up to you guys now," Hong Kongquan said as he walked out of the surveillance room on the execution room floor and headed upstairs. Returning to his office in the Secret Service's operations building, Hong Kongquan was still holding his cigarette and looking out the window with his arms crossed. He knew that he didn't have much time left. He might not even have a day. Soon, Hu Xiaoheng, General Ji, and Speaker Long would all find out that something had happened to the Special Operations Forces. Tan Dongbang was already fearless. By then, the three forces would join forces to kill him, and if he still couldn't find out who the pink piggy was, his life would be over. Hong Kongquan stood in front of the window in a daze, but not long after, he suddenly heard his personal phone ring. He took it out and saw that it was the invalid number. His previously hopeless heart was once again filled with hope. He quickly swiped it open and picked it up. "Hello, I need your help now." Hong Kongquan's voice was trembling with excitement. It was still that cold, emotionless, machine-like voice on the other end. "I have tried my best to help you. You only have 24 hours at most. Can you find the whereabouts of the pink piggy within 24 hours? Hong Kongquan knew that this voice must have been modified with a device, so he didn't feel cold. Instead, he felt very warm, especially when he was in despair. "I will try my best," Hong Kongquan promised the person. "But if you can't find it, I hope that you can help my family leave this place." The person was silent for a while before saying, "I will contact you in 24 hours. He then said, "You were taken away by the Senate to be detained, so I couldn't call you, so I used another method to contact you. Did you see it?" If he hadn't seen it, he wouldn't have done what he did today. Hong Kongquan nodded. "I saw it. I'm just giving it my all. If I don't succeed, I'll die trying." The man praised him. "I've worked with you for so many years. Although we haven't talked much, I know you're a responsible person. Don't worry, I won't let anyone who has worked with me die in vain. By saying that, the man was planning to protect Hong Kongquan's life no matter what the outcome was. This was an unexpected surprise. Now that Hong Kongquan no longer had anything to worry about, he was even more daring to think and act. After the man hung up, Hong Kongquan immediately returned to the surveillance room on the execution floor. In the surveillance room, all 27 screens were pitch black. He narrowed his eyes, walked to the door of an execution room, and listened carefully. From time to time, there would be muffled cries of pain. There was also the sound of punches, kicks, and electric batons mixed together. Although it was very soft, Hong Kong could hear it all clearly. The Secret Service had their own way of dealing with people. After this round of torture, these people did not have any visible wounds on the outside, but the inside of their bodies had suffered greatly. Shortly after the military plane took off, Wu Xiaoheng processed a few documents. When he wanted to send them back, he found that the plane's network was not working, so he asked the orderly to ask the flight crew. The flight crew came over to apologize, sweating profusely. Chief, the plane's communication system had a problem after takeoff. We're in the middle of emergency repairs. Wu Xiaoheng was speechless. Song Jining, who was sitting next to him, quickly said, "Do you have something important to contact someone about? Do you want to use my phone?" Wu Xiaoheng also had his own phone. He originally wanted to use the network, but now it seemed that he could only use his phone to send instructions. He did not take Song Jining's phone, but took out his own phone. "Thank you, Miss Song, but I can use my own phone." But when he took out his phone, he saw that the flight crew was still standing in front of him, looking at him. Wu Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong? Don't tell me that I can't even use my phone." "Chief, the real problem is that after the plane flew to high altitude, we discovered serious electromagnetic interference. Not only was the plane's communication system disrupted, but even the phone signal seemed to be blocked." Wu Xiaoheng stood up suddenly. "What did you say?" "Electromagnetic interference. Take me to have a look." He was the most famous fighter pilot in the Huaxia Empire, so this kind of military aircraft was nothing to him. He had studied them systematically. When a plane encountered electromagnetic interference at high altitudes, the problem could be big or small. From a small point of view, military aircraft did not need to communicate with the ground as frequently as civilian aircraft. The impact of electromagnetic interference on military aircraft was not as great as that of civilian aircraft. But from a big point of view, no matter what plane it was, the possibility of the plane crashing and people dying would be infinitely increased under the circumstances of strong electromagnetic interference. As soon as Song Jining heard electromagnetic interference, she immediately stood up. "Xiaoheng, I'll go with you." She was a high-energy physicist and was an expert in electromagnetic interference. Wu Xiaoheng looked at her and suddenly smiled. "That's good too. The person who released the electromagnetic interference definitely didn't expect that there was an electromagnetic expert on my plane. Take your equipment and follow me." Song Jining turned around, carried her small briefcase, and followed Wu Xiaoheng to the cockpit. In the cockpit, the pilot, co-pilot, and several flight crew were sweating profusely as they dealt with the abnormal situation of the plane. Only then did Wu Xiaoheng realize that because the electromagnetic interference was getting stronger, their plane had almost lost its sense of direction. In other words, they did not know where they were flying now. Chief, we're working hard." The pilot and co-pilot in the cockpit looked as if they were facing death with equanimity. Wu Xiaoheng quickly calmed down and raised his hand to the pilot. "You come down, I'll try." Then he turned to look at Song Jining. "Miss Song, how long will it take you to determine the source and frequency of the electromagnetic interference, and to shield and remove it?" Song Jining saw that Wu Xiaoheng was not in a hurry and calmed down. She opened her briefcase and took out an instrument. This was originally an instrument to be brought to Sea City to measure the strange magnetic field. She did not expect it to come in handy now. "You take the helm, I'll escort you." Song Jining smiled as she connected the power to the instrument. Her hands nimbly tapped on the keyboard and issued instructions one by one. It was the third watch. It was still the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. P.S. In the future, if there is a change in the update time, the notice will not be sent at the right time. The place where it should be sent is always censored and deleted by the right time, so I won't say it again. If you see that it is not updated on time, go to the book review and comments section to take a look. There should be a reminder. P.S. I actually wanted to write the same rhythm as the American TV series, 24. It seems that I was thinking too much. I laughed until I cried ha ha ha. My dear friends are so anxious. My moderator Little Meow has shown me everyone's questions. Most of them are about the plot unfolding later. A small part is that I didn't express it clearly, so I apologize to everyone. If you want to blame something, blame it on me for not having enough time recently and not being able to update more. If 4 or 5 chapters were posted together, the plot would be more complete. My dear friends, please forgive me. My time is limited, so I can only write up to here now. Chapter 1062. The pilot and flight crew on the military plane watched nervously as Song Jining performed an electromagnetic frequency search. They couldn't help but ask, "Director Song, can you determine where the source of the interference is coming from?" For a plane, when it was flying, it was constantly exposed to different levels of electromagnetic interference. Therefore, in the beginning, they really didn't realize that the situation was so serious. They just treated it as a daily occurrence and thought that they could rely on their own power to filter and eliminate it. They didn't expect that the electromagnetic interference they encountered would become more and more serious as the plane flew higher and higher. When they realized that this time, the electromagnetic interference was no longer something they could eliminate and were about to report to Hu Xiaoheng had already taken the initiative to ask them about the network connection. Song Jining focused on the data that appeared on her screen and explained to them as if she was teaching a student. Generally speaking, there are 2 main sources of electromagnetic interference: natural interference and man-made interference. Electrical noise from the atmosphere or cosmic noise from outer space are all natural interference. They are the basic components of the electromagnetic environment of the blue planet, but they can also cause interference to radio communications. And man-made interference, as the name implies, is electromagnetic interference generated by artificial devices. However, man-made interference can be divided into passive and active interference. Passive interference is the small amount of electromagnetic interference that some electronic devices carry when performing their own functions. For example, high-voltage wires or household appliances can release a small amount of electromagnetic interference. Active man-made interference is some devices that are specially used to generate electromagnetic radiation. For a plane, the worst electromagnetic interference is, of course, active man-made interference. The pilot and the flight crew gasped. Active human interference. For this plane. Is that possible? The military plane that Hu Xiaoheng was riding on was an E-01 command plane. It was a plane that combined ground surveillance, air command, and combat control functions. It was like a flying command fortress and also had the ability to carry and launch intercontinental missiles and small nuclear bombs. How could such a command plane not have strong anti-radiation and anti-interference capabilities? Of course, it was only the first generation of command planes developed by the Huaxia Empire. Its technology was not as mature as other military planes. Its anti-interference capabilities had not been tested in actual combat, so it was possible for there to be mistakes. Song Jining nodded and said calmly, active man-made interference is only the worst in theory. As far as I know, there is no device that can interfere with an aircraft at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Besides, this is a military aircraft. I've just tested it. This aircraft has an excellent anti-interference coating. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have suffered such serious electromagnetic interference. But the fact was that it did suffer from serious electromagnetic interference, so serious that it had almost lost its direction. This was the worst nightmare for an airplane. Not only did it mean that they might not reach their destination, but it also meant that they might collide with another plane at any time because they might deviate from the other plane's route. Song Jining looked up at Hu Xiaoheng and saw that he was focused on steering with both hands. He was looking at the rolling snow-white clouds in front of them and the impenetrable blue sky. Right now, he was completely relying on his intuition and the direction of the sun to determine his position. Just as Song Jining raised her head, she suddenly saw a shiny dot approaching them from afar. It was rushing towards their plane. Be careful. A plane is coming. Everyone in the cockpit had their hearts in their throats. Everyone watched as the plane flew towards them in a frenzy. At the same time, the pilot of the opposite plane was almost about to faint. How could there be an oncoming plane on my flight path? He used the radio to call many times, but the other party didn't answer. In his despair, he almost wanted to report to the ground that he had been attacked by a crazy plane. At that moment, the huge silver-white plane that looked like a proud white swan suddenly raised its proud head and abruptly pulled up. The clouds flew past quickly, and the blue sky seemed to be close at hand. The elegant and beautiful body of the white swan shot up almost vertically into the sky in front of the civil aviation plane, bringing with it a huge whirlpool of clouds and a roar of sonic booms. This was the first time the E-01 command plane had achieved supersonic flight. Thunderous applause and cheers came from the cockpit from the pilots and flight attendants. They wanted nothing more than to drown out the sonic booms caused by the supersonic flight. In the huge whirlpool formed by the clouds, the white swan spread its wings and flew over the civil aviation plane. Crisis averted. Crisis averted. The captain of the civil aviation plane was almost paralyzed in the pilot's seat as he sent a reassuring message to the passengers on the plane. The passengers, who had been so tense that they were about to break, suddenly burst into cheers. After the cheers, everyone slumped in their seats and couldn't wait to tell their families about the dangerous situation they had just encountered. When the captain of the civil aviation plane looked out the window, he only saw a silvery white body projection like a white swan. The plane had disappeared without a trace. He calmed down and reported the dangerous situation he had encountered today to the ground control panel. He said calmly, "This plane didn't show up on the radar at all. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have known that such a plane would appear on the route. Over." At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng released the handbrake and began to check the various data of the plane. He tried his best to bring the plane back to the correct route as soon as possible. Song Jining was dumbfounded by the scene just now. At the last moment, she had an impulse to rush up and hug her son and use her body to protect him from all disasters and dangers. But her son was more powerful and capable than she had imagined. At the last moment, he tried his best to pull the plane up to avoid the two planes colliding and the misfortune of the plane being destroyed. Song Jining restrained herself and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her hand. She sped up the instructions on her hands. She said with a thick nasal voice, "The equipment is incomplete, so I can't clear and shield it. I can only carry out anti-interference, which can also counteract the other party's electromagnetic interference." Moreover, anti-interference could not only counteract the other party's electromagnetic interference, but it could even cause chaos and damage to the other party's electromagnetic equipment. Hu Xiaoheng didn't turn his head. He just nodded. "Ms. Song, anti-interference as soon as possible. I'm worried that more planes will appear on this route." He had already realized that this was another encirclement against him. Someone wanted his life, but didn't dare to do it. Therefore, they used superb technical means to kill him without anyone knowing. No problem. I've already determined their electromagnetic frequency. Activate anti-interference immediately, Song Jining said hatefully. They dared to kill her son. Did they want to die? Song Jining adjusted the power of her instrument to the maximum and released the same frequency, but the electromagnetic signal was 10,000 times more powerful. This frequency would only interfere with the instrument that released electromagnetic interference to them and wouldn't affect other aircraft. As time passed, everyone held their breath. Only the noise of various instruments could be heard in the cockpit. Soon, Hua Xiaoheng realized that Song Jining's method was working. Because his earphones gradually began to emit an electromagnetic sound, which meant that their contact with the ground control was being restored. Also, the radio communication and network were gradually being restored. Try the signal and contact the ground control, Hua Xiaoheng ordered calmly. Determine the direction and see where we are. He looked at his watch. It was already 1:00 in the afternoon. At this time, a full 4 hours had passed since they took off. This meant that they had been hovering in the air for almost 4 hours, and there was not enough oil in the plane. But as long as the contact with the ground was restored, this wouldn't be a problem. Hua Xiaoheng returned the plane to the pilot and asked him to contact the military. After confirming the direction, he called an air refueling plane over to refuel. Hong Kongwan sat in the surveillance room on the execution floor of the Secret Service and looked at the time. It was 9:00 in the morning when he asked Deputy Minister Feng to invite the members of the Special Operations Forces. The interrogation had lasted for 2 hours, and then the execution room was dark. Another 2 hours had passed, and it was almost 1:00 in the afternoon. It should be about time. Hong Kongwan thought to himself. He wanted to force the whereabouts of the pink piggy from these people, not their lives. No matter what, if some of these people really died, no matter how much credit he had, he wouldn't be able to get away with it. The operation is over. You can come out now, Hong Kongwan said calmly into the microphone, then turned on the lights of the execution room. The surveillance was restored, and Hong Kongwan looked at the execution rooms one by one, admiring the masterpiece of his subordinates. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but be furious when he saw the situation in the execution room. Didn't they say that there wouldn't be any external injuries? Why were these members of the Special Operations Forces all bruised and swollen, and covered in blood? In the 27 execution rooms, without exception, the wounds of the members of the Special Operations Forces were clearly visible on their faces and bodies. It was as if the words, "I was tortured by the Secret Service," were written all over their faces. Hong Kongwan was so angry that his nostrils flared, and his face kept twitching. They were all a bunch of useless people. They didn't even know how to fight or teach people a lesson. Hong Kongwan angrily rushed to the execution room closest to him, kicked the door open, and yelled, "What are you doing? What did I teach you normally?" His subordinates sat on the chairs in the execution room and looked at him without moving. The smiles on their faces were stiff and strange. Hong Kongwan was shocked, and he suddenly remembered that the 27 execution rooms he had seen on the screen of the execution room seemed to all look like this. His subordinates were all sitting on the chairs, but the members of the Special Operations Forces were all lying on the floor, in all sorts of positions. Oh no! Hong Kongwan knew that something was wrong and was about to retreat immediately. However, the member of the Special Operations Forces who was lying on the floor covered in blood suddenly jumped up and pounced on Hong Kongwan. Hong Kongwan hurriedly dodged to the side, but the member of the Special Operations Forces had only made a feint. While Hong Kongwan was dodging, the member of the Special Operations Forces had already rushed to the door. In a moment of desperation, Hong Kong took out his gun and shot at the man's back. However, after the man jumped out of the door, he quickly rolled on the ground twice and successfully avoided the bullets that were shot at him from behind. Then, he pressed the alarm on the floor of the execution room. The siren immediately sounded throughout the entire building of the Secret Service. Even the deputy ministers were alerted. This was the first night watch. It was still the third night watch. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. The monthly votes were 4,500 plus updates at 7 p.m., and the third night watch at 9 p.m. Updates should resume at the normal time tomorrow. P.S. I've been warned by the editor again. More than a dozen chapters have been blocked and are currently being edited. Hopefully, the block will be lifted soon. Chapter 1063. What's going on? Could it be an invasion? Are you kidding me? We are the Secret Service of the capital. If the enemy has invaded the Secret Service, I think our country is going to be destroyed. Although everyone was complaining, they still followed the procedure of the alarm and picked up their weapons. They went to their assigned positions and prepared to deal with the crisis. The crisis action team that had been set up beforehand put on bulletproof vests, carried their guns, and ran downstairs to the execution room where the alarm was ringing. Deputy Minister Fong ran at the front with his men. His eyelids had been twitching all morning. His intuition told him that something bad was going to happen today, and it did. He muttered to himself as he quickly ran to the execution room on the third floor underground. Stop! Who's there? He rushed out of the elevator and looked up to see Hong Kong rushing over with a gun. Old Hong, what's going on? Deputy Minister Fong asked, thinking that Hong Kong had found the target. Hong Kong pointed behind him and said, over there. Then he rushed into the elevator alone. Deputy Minister Fong was speechless. The men he had brought with him looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. In the corridor, the alarm was still ringing, and the door of the execution room was open. Hong Kong seemed to be pointing at this door just now. Deputy Minister Fong made a gesture and said, cover me. He crouched down, held his gun, and walked towards the execution room step by step. Halfway there, a man suddenly rushed out of a door and threw himself behind Deputy Minister Fong. He strangled him with one hand and removed his gun with the other. He warned, make them put down their guns. If anyone dares to move, I will break your neck. The man's hands were covered in blood. Deputy Minister Fong was disgusted and uncomfortable by the smell of blood, but he remembered that he was the Deputy Minister of the Secret Service. Even if he lost, he wouldn't back down. He said sternly, kill me if you have the guts. Don't even think about forcing me to speak for you. The man was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, so it's Deputy Minister Fong. You're really something. You colluded with that bastard Hong Kong and tricked 27 of us into being tortured by the Secret Service. Do you really think that the Special Operations Forces trained US for so many years was for nothing? Deputy Minister Fong was shocked and said hoarsely, what did you say? What torture? Was this something the Secret Service would do to their own people? Deputy Minister Fong had always thought that Hong Kong had asked him to bring these 27 people back to assist in the investigation. Who are you? Are you really the Special Operations Forces member who came with me today? Deputy Minister Fong composed himself and began to reason with him. You have to control yourself. Don't make a bigger mistake. I'd rather make a mistake than be beaten to death by you and have to trouble Huashao to avenge me. The man picked up the gun and pointed it at Deputy Minister Feng's head. I'll count to 3. Tell your people to put down their guns. If you don't, you can forget about holding a gun in the future. I'll shoot the hand that's holding the gun. The crisis action team that Deputy Minister Fong had brought with him only consisted of 10 people. Although everyone was armed with heavy weapons, they did not necessarily know how to shoot. Even if they did, the shots might not be accurate. They were incomparable to the Special Operations Forces soldiers who had undergone Hua Xiaoheng's hellish training. Seeing the murderous man pointing a gun at the back of Deputy Minister Feng's head, most of the members of the crisis action team felt their legs turn to jelly. A few of them were veterans and could still support themselves. They did not dare to relax for even a moment. When Deputy Minister Feng heard the man's words, he could not help but smile bitterly. No wonder Hua Xiaoheng was able to hold such a high position at such a young age. He was really not someone they could compare to. Not only did one have to be capable to hold a high position, but more importantly, one had to be able to train a group of capable and loyal subordinates. Otherwise, they would not be able to carry out their work. One could become a hero by fighting alone, but they would never be able to become an outstanding leader. Only by uniting a group of capable subordinates and being able to command them with ease could they truly be trusted. Countless thoughts flashed through Deputy Minister Feng's mind in an instant. Finally, he said, "Put down your guns." He was speaking to his own people. Deputy Minister Feng. A few veterans from the crisis action team of the Secret Service shouted and refused to put down their weapons. The other members threw down their guns immediately. 1, 2. Before the man could count to 3, the other veterans finally threw down their guns as well. It was not that they were timid, but the murderous aura of this man was too strong. He was pointing a gun at the back of Deputy Minister Feng's head, and he looked like he was really going to kill someone. The man from the Special Operations Forces saw that they had thrown down their guns, so he did not continue to make things difficult for them. However, he still pointed the gun at Deputy Minister Feng's head and said to the others, "Go open the doors of those execution rooms and release my 26 brothers." Deputy Minister Feng also wanted to know if this man was telling the truth, so he ordered, "Go open the doors." The members of the crisis action team of the Secret Service silently went to open the doors of the execution rooms. This floor was full of execution rooms. There were hundreds of small rooms that were 3 square meters in size. It had been a long time since anyone had been locked up here. Today, there were more than 20 execution rooms filled with people. The doors of the execution rooms opened, and everyone was shocked. In each of the execution rooms, there was a person with a bloody nose and a swollen face. There was also a person sitting in a chair with a stiff smile. They recognized that the person sitting in the chair with a stiff smile were all their colleagues from the Secret Service. So those who were covered in blood should be from the Special Operations Forces. When the people from the Special Operations Forces saw the doors of the execution rooms finally open, they stood up one by one and walked out of the rooms silently. They were all tall, burly, and strong. When they looked at people, their gazes seemed to be filled with knives and poison. No one restrained their murderous aura. As soon as they saw the guns on the ground, someone quickly rushed over to pick them up. Others worked together to arrest all the members of the crisis action team of the Secret Service who had opened the doors for them. No one said a word, but they had a tacit understanding, and their cooperation was seamless. Deputy Minister Feng's eyes were red as he watched. He murmured, "Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng. King kept secrets. Next time, I will send people to you for special training. If you dare to keep secrets, I will go to General Ji and complain about you." When these people heard Deputy Minister Feng mention Hua Xiaoheng, they looked at each other but did not let down their guard. "Deputy Minister Feng, sorry. This matter is not over yet." A member of the Special Operations Forces pointed a gun at them. "We want to report this to the chief and find out what crime we have committed to be treated like this by the Secret Service. Torturing your own comrades. Deputy Minister Feng, your Chief Hong is really a hero to the Americans. And you, Deputy Minister Feng, you helped the evildoer and tricked us into joining the Secret Service. We will not forgive you." Although the main job of these 27 personnel from the Special Operations Forces was to do data analysis and computer monitoring, they were all people who specialized in computers. However, under Hu Xiaoheng's special training, their combat abilities were off the charts, and each of them could fight 100 enemies alone. How could Hong Kongquan's trusted subordinates be a match for them? They wanted to fight in the execution room after the lights were off, but they were countered by the Special Operations Forces members. They punched themselves repeatedly, and they even used special electric batons to electrocute themselves until they almost fainted. These Special Operations Forces members did not stupidly show that they had the upper hand. They also symbolically punched themselves a few times in the dark, causing some blood to come out. In short, from the outside, they looked much worse than Hong Kongquan's trusted subordinates who were injured on the inside. An hour later, Prime Minister Tan and General Ji both received news that the Secret Service had tricked the 27 Special Operations Forces members wanted by the United States into joining the Secret Service for torture, provoking these people into a mutiny. They had already wiped out the Secret Service, taken several deputy ministers hostage, and demanded an explanation from the cabinet. This was the second update, and the monthly tickets had been delivered at 4,500 plus updates. It was still the third update. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. It was 9 p.m., the third update. Updates should resume at the normal time tomorrow. P.S. I am currently revising all the blocked chapters, and they will be released after the editor has reviewed them. Some of the plots may have major changes. I will list all the rewritten chapters, and there are a total of 19 chapters. Chapter 1064. What? What the F***ck did you say? I'm old and deaf, so I couldn't hear what you just said. If you F***king say mutiny one more time, I'll shoot you. General Ji roared angrily as soon as he heard what Tan Dongbang had said on the phone. Tan Dongbang trembled in fear and almost threw the landline phone in his hand. After a while, he calmed down and held the receiver a foot away from him. He put it on speakerphone and said into the phone, "General Ji, I'm not making this up. Hu Xiaoheng's 27 soldiers have occupied our Secret Service building. I've already ordered the police headquarters to mobilize all the police forces to encircle and suppress them." "How dare you?" General Ji's voice suddenly darkened. "If you dare to send police forces to encircle and suppress my soldiers, I'll destroy you. General Ji, you can't do this. We're a legal society, so we have to abide by the law." Tan Dongbang was already impatient with General Ji's attitude. "The truth is that your soldiers are unreasonable. Not only did they refuse to cooperate with the investigation, but they also knowingly broke the law and occupied the Secret Service. These kinds of people should be handed over to the Americans to teach them how to behave." **T. General Ji wasn't actually a sharp-tongued person, so he was obviously no match for someone like Tan Dongbang in a verbal argument. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. "Unreasonable? You've already tortured them, so how are they supposed to be reasonable?" When Hu Xiaoheng trained the members of the Special Operations Forces, he always taught them not to give up on their lives until the very last moment. So in order to survive, they would do everything they could. One Special Operations Forces member could open up an underground transportation channel in Eastern Europe. Two Special Operations Forces members could incite two political parties in a Western European country to fight to the death. For Special Operations Forces members already controlled the economic lifeline of a South American country. And this time, the 27 Special Operations Forces members the Secret Service had provoked were the elite Special Operations Forces members under Hu Xiaoheng's command. They were both mentally and physically strong. This was really an old man looking for arsenic to eat. He didn't want to live anymore. So what was occupying a Secret Service building? If this had happened in another small country, 27 Special Operations Forces members would have easily destroyed the country. General G knew very well that with the combat power of the Special Operations Forces, it would be a piece of cake for them to occupy the Secret Service building. So he wasn't surprised at all, and he didn't want to hold these people accountable at all. He had to protect them. It was already frustrating enough that the Americans had gotten hold of their confidential information and were now wanted around the world. In the end, he was made a fool of by his own people. If it were him, he would have taken over the Secret Service building and taught those bastards a lesson. General G harshly reprimanded Tan Dongbang. Prime Minister Tan, don't think that I won't dare to do anything to you just because you're still the Prime Minister. If you hurt a single hair on my soldiers, I'll have the legal department sue you until you go to jail. Tan Dongbang laughed coldly. General G is too kind. As long as I am the Prime Minister of the Huaxia Empire, I will serve the Huaxia people. Your soldiers are human, but are the staff of the Secret Service not human? General G, you're the highest-ranking officer in the military. How can you speak like that? You know that I'm the highest authority in the military. Of course I have to speak up for my men. Is there a problem with that? General G didn't want to talk to him anymore. I'm going to the Secret Service right away. Tell your people to keep their guns close and don't expose them. Don't blame me for not warning you. Don't try to compete with my soldiers in marksmanship. My soldiers' marksmanship is so accurate that you want to cry. General G angrily spat out these words and hung up the phone with Tan Dongbang. He looked up at Secretary Chow and asked, "What's going on? Why did these people go to the Secret Service? Didn't Old Long and I reject the Americans a long time ago and ignore what they're doing?" While General G and Tan Dongbang were arguing over the phone, General G's personal secretary, Secretary Chow, had already gone to find someone to investigate the situation. General G saw him come in and finally hung up the phone with Tan Dongbang. Secretary Chow sighed. They didn't go there voluntarily. The Secret Service came with Prime Minister Tan's special authorization to ask them to go back and assist in the investigation. As soon as they got back, they were locked up in the execution room by Hong Kong Quan and tortured. He sighed and shook his head in great regret. Those 27 people could be considered the backbone of the Special Operations Forces. Although the United States had seized the information this time and viciously slandered them around the world, General G and Speaker Long didn't care about it at all. They had no intention of giving in, and they didn't want to pay attention to the United States' unreasonable demands. Furthermore, these 27 people weren't field personnel to begin with. They were mainly providing technical support within the Special Operations Forces, so it didn't matter if the United States found out. They could continue to provide technical support as long as they didn't go abroad. So it's still related to that B*TCH, Tan Dongbang. General G slammed the table and stood up. He just pretended not to know anything. And what's going on with Hong Kong Quan? Wasn't he locked up by Speaker Long? That old Long is so unreliable. Prime Minister Tan was the one who personally released him. Secretary Chow shook his head. You have to hurry over there. I'm worried that Prime Minister Tan will really go all out. A trace of worry flashed through General G's heart. He hurriedly put on his military cap and said, "Hurry up and inform Hua Xiaoheng. Just say that his soldiers are about to tear down the Secret Service." You can't say that, can you? Secretary Chow laughed. If Hua Xiao knows what's going on, he'll definitely come back and lead the charge. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't a narrow-minded person. If someone offended him personally, he would most likely be lenient and not pursue the matter. However, if someone offended his subordinates, his soldiers, or his women, he would definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. And regardless of whether they were in the right or wrong, he would first flog the other party 30 times before questioning them. Both sides would be enraged. As long as Hu Xiaoheng was informed, he would definitely continue to deal with the ignorant people in the cabinet and secret service. Lead the charge. I'll help too. General Ji glared at Secretary Chao. Hurry up and call. Secretary Chao quickly said, I heard that we already called before, but Hu Xiao didn't pick up. Should I have the operator call again? Yes, hurry up and call. If you can't get through, go directly to the Special Operations Forces to find him. General Ji suddenly froze and turned to look at Secretary Chao. That's not right. If Xiaoheng was in the Special Operations Forces, who would be able to trick these 27 people away? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Secretary Chao began to smile bitterly. Yes, Hu Xiao really isn't in the Special Operations Forces. Where did he go? Hurry up and find him. General Ji rushed out of the office door, looking very anxious. Secretary Chao hurriedly followed and said in a low voice, I heard from Zhou Qiyuan that Hu Xiao took a military plane to Sea City with Director Song early in the morning to monitor the magnetic field. In the end, we couldn't contact him at all for about 4 hours. Even the plane disappeared from the radar. We were worried that something had gone wrong. General Ji suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stopped so quickly that Secretary Chao, who was following behind him, almost bumped into his back. What did you say? We couldn't contact him at all for 4 hours? General Ji suddenly turned around. Why didn't anyone report to me? As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. He frowned and took it out to see that it was actually Hu Xiaoheng's number. General Ji breathed a sigh of relief and glared at Secretary Chao as he answered Hu Xiaoheng's call. It was the third watch. It was still the third watch today. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. It should be updated again tomorrow. Chapter 1065. Xiaoheng, are you okay? General Ji's impression of Hu Xiaoheng had improved because of what had happened with the 27 Special Operations Forces members. There were no weak soldiers under a strong general. This was exactly the situation. Whether his successor was qualified or not, he could not only look at his own ability, but also his ability to train his subordinates. Hu Xiaoheng was the sharpest weapon he had ever forged. And Hu Xiaoheng's soldiers were the sharpest weapons in his hands. As a soldier, would he still be a soldier if he had no guts? The soldiers of the Special Operations Forces needed to be able to adapt to changing circumstances. As soon as Hu Xiaoheng heard this, he knew that General Ji probably knew about their situation. He pursed his lips and said, Fortunately, we just carried out a round of anti-electromagnetic interference. Our plane is fine now. General Ji was stunned. Anti-electromagnetic interference. Hu Xiaoheng made the long story short. Yes. Not long after our plane took off, it was targeted by someone and used strong electromagnetic interference. The plane was lost for a while, and it took 3 to 4 hours to resolve the electromagnetic interference. However, our plane is almost out of fuel, and we've already applied for an air refueling plane from the military. However, we're a little worried that we won't be able to make it in time, so we wanted to inform you. Of course, the matter of Hu Xiaoheng personally calling General Ji to remind him of the refueling aircraft was probably at its last stage. Originally, the pilot of the plane requested an air refueling plane from the ground, but it didn't come. Although he didn't say it explicitly, how could General Ji, who was very familiar with him, not understand what he was implying? You're still on the plane. Is the plane running out of fuel? General Ji's expression changed. Seeing that Hu Xiaoheng's situation had worsened, he didn't tell him about the Secret Service's situation for the time being. He immediately picked up the landline phone and dialed the Air Force's number. Major General Hu is requesting an aerial refueling plane. Take off immediately. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you don't take off within 5 minutes, and if you don't reach your destination within 15 minutes, you'll be dealt with according to military law. The Air Force was shocked. Some of them had planned to dawdle for a few minutes, thinking that it was no big deal. They did not expect General G to personally call. Reporting to Chief. I guarantee to complete the mission. The people who wanted to stop them saw that the situation was not good and could only quietly slip away. 20 minutes later, Hua Xiaoheng's military plane finally began refueling. At this time, their plane was almost at the edge of the fuel limit. He sat in the cabin and looked ahead thoughtfully. Unlike the others, he didn't lean over to the window to watch the mid-air refueling. Song Jining watched for a while and sat next to Hua Xiaoheng. She patted his hand with lingering fear. Xiaoheng, it was too dangerous this time. In my opinion, the magnetic field that suddenly appeared in Sea City might be a trap. Hua Xiaoheng was also thinking about this possibility, but since they had already spent so much time and the flight route was closer to Sea City, he wanted to see what the other party was up to. Miss Song, how did you know about the magnetic field in Sea City? Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head, turned on his laptop, and began to search for data. Song Jining looked around. Can we talk here? Speak. Hua Xiaoheng didn't look up. This was his personal plane, a command plane specially built for him. There was no one else in the room except for him and Song Jining. Song Jining was still worried. She took his laptop and wrote a few lines on the notepad on his laptop. Our Institute of High Energy Physics has a magnetic field instrument. It was left behind by my father, your grandfather. Back then, he wasn't at the experimental base but stayed in the office of the Institute of High Energy Physics, so he escaped. Sea City is monitored all year round and is connected to our magnetic field instrument. Since a few days ago, the instrument has been showing signs intermittently. Today, the magnetic field is completely formed. Song Jining said as she pulled up her magnetic field data map for Hua Xiaoheng to see. Hua Xiaoheng looked at it for a while and confirmed that the magnetic field had really appeared. He nodded slightly and thought to himself that after so many years, the elusive opponent had finally revealed himself. In fact, if the other party had remained dormant and did nothing, Hua Xiaoheng really wouldn't have had any clue how to catch him. But the other party seemed unwilling to give up, especially in the past 2 years, not only against him, but also against Gu Nianji. This was interesting. In the past, Hua Xiaoheng had never connected the strange magnetic field to Gu Nianji. Everyone thought that Gu Nianji had just appeared at the wrong place at the wrong time 7 years ago. After all, the strange magnetic field had first appeared in the Huaxia Empire 17 years ago, long before Gu Nianji's appearance. But now, he had enough evidence and logic to connect the two. This was all thanks to the other party's perseverance in wanting to kill him and Gu Nianji. The more they did, the more mistakes they made, and the more they gave themselves away. Okay, let's go to Sea City. Hua Xiaoheng made the decision. It's closer, and it was our original target. He closed the computer. The aerial refueling outside had already ended. At that moment, General G called again. Hua Xiaoheng put on his Bluetooth headset and answered calmly, "Hello, Chief." Song Jining heard Hua Xiaoheng address him as Chief, and knew that there weren't many people he would call Chief, so she took the initiative to leave. He was the only one left in the spacious cabin. At that moment, General G was already at the entrance of the Secret Service. In front of him were the 27 Special Operations Forces members who had confronted them. Seeing the bloodstains on their bodies and the bruises on their faces, his heart ached, but he still suppressed his anger and asked Hua Xiaoheng first. "Did you refuel?" "I just did." Hua Xiaoheng heard the pilot inform them that they would be arriving in Sea City soon, so he told General G. General G was silent for a while, then said, "Xiaoheng, there's something I have to tell you." He then told him about how the 27 Special Operations Forces members had taken over the Secret Service. Hua Xiaoheng's expression darkened. Do you have photos of the scene? Send me a few. General Ji nodded. I was there. As he spoke, he turned on his phone and used the live video call to contact Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng also turned on his phone and received the video call from General Ji. Soon, the Secret Service's iron-gray building appeared on the screen. There was a lush lawn in front of the building, as well as fully armed military police at the scene. There were police cars with flashing lights, and a few armored vehicles blocking in front of the police cars. General Ji's camera turned, and Tan Dongbang's face appeared on the screen. Hua Xiaoheng's eyebrows twitched. General Ji raised his phone again, and the people who appeared on the screen were the Special Operations Forces members that Deputy Director Feng had invited to assist in the investigation. Hua Xiaoheng took a quick look and saw that there were only about a dozen people. The other dozen people were probably hiding in various strongholds, and their sniper rifles were definitely aimed at the targets. Whoever moved would be killed. His gaze fell on the wounds of his soldiers, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He could tell that these people had probably inflicted these wounds on themselves, but they had no choice. Otherwise, they might not have been alive to see him. Hua Xiaoheng knew his subordinates very well. Without complete trust, they wouldn't have gotten to where they were today. General Ji, this is how the Secret Service treats our soldiers. What did they do wrong to be tortured like this? Hua Xiaoheng stood up, his voice exceptionally stern. Who sent these military police? Who treats their own people like this? I demand that they all withdraw. General Ji thought the same, but Tan Dongbang was too eloquent, and General Ji was no match for him. General Ji didn't want to argue with him in public as it would be beneath his status, so he put the phone on speaker and connected it to the live loudspeaker. Then he handed it to Tan Dongbang and said coldly, Prime Minister Tan, Hua Xiao wants to speak to you. Tan Dongbang grinned and took the phone from General Ji's hand, not realizing that General Ji had already connected it to the live loudspeaker. He asked proudly, Major General Hua, what can I do for you? Your soldiers are really... Hua Xiaoheng cut him off firmly. Prime Minister Tan, I demand that you withdraw all military police personnel and non-related personnel. Immediately. Immediately. Hua Xiaoheng's voice boomed like thunder through the loudspeaker, and everyone present jumped in shock. The Special Operations Forces members in the Secret Service building heard Hua Xiaoheng's voice and instantly became excited. They shouted in unison, Greetings, Chief. Their voices shook the entire building. Although there were only 27 people, their aura was like hundreds and thousands of soldiers. Hua Xiaoheng heard the voices of his own people through the phone, and his heart calmed slightly. He said sternly, Greetings, General Ji already knows about the Secret Service's torture of you. This time, General Ji will help you seek justice. Don't be afraid. Tan Dongbang's nose twisted in anger when he heard this. Hua Xiaoheng. What do you mean? It's your soldiers who beat up my people. They took over my building. They committed a serious crime. How dare you accuse me of that? How serious was a mutiny? In ancient times, 9 generations would have been executed. Did Hua Xiaoheng really not know, or was he pretending not to know? Tan Dongbang cursed silently. Hua Xiaoheng didn't think much of it. Your people. You're saying Hong Kong is your people? So Prime Minister Tan, you're siding with a traitor who attempted to murder and betray our high-ranking military officer, and you're trying to severely punish a war hero who fought a traitor to the death. When the military and police present heard this, there was an uproar. They despised traitors the most. No matter what position they held, as long as they betrayed their country, they were their enemies. Even the muzzles of the armored vehicles turned and aimed at Prime Minister Tan and his people. Tan Dongbang's face was pale. He tried his best to control himself and said fiercely, "What nonsense are you spouting? When did Hong Kong attempt to murder our high-ranking military officer? Don't slander me. Of course I have evidence. Prime Minister Tan, please don't continue to make things difficult for our war hero. As for the Secret Service, after something like this happened, they will be under military control according to regulations. General G, my people and I will obey your orders unconditionally." As Hu Shaoheng spoke, he returned the authority to General G. This was the first night watch. Today was the third night watch. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes and monthly votes. The monthly vote was 4,800 plus updates at 1 p.m., and the third night watch was at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Steamed Bun Face for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Chapter 1066. General G clasped his hands behind his back in satisfaction as he admired Tan Dongbang's suddenly stiff expression with great interest. After a while, he finally said loudly, "Prime Minister Tan Dai, there are only 2 more days until the vote. I think you'll be in great danger during these 2 days. In order to ensure your safety, I will suggest to Speaker Long that the military take over your security measures. Don't worry, we will definitely give you the most stringent security measures." The corners of Tan Dongbang's eyes twitched uncontrollably as he gritted his teeth. "No." As he spoke, he turned around and got into his Prime Minister's car. The person in charge of his security was originally a member of the Secret Service, but now that something had happened to the Secret Service, according to regulations, the Secret Service would now be under the control of the military. They looked at each other and didn't know who to listen to. Tan Dongbang's Prime Minister's car was parked there awkwardly, and no one dared to drive it away. General G sneered at the Prime Minister's car in front of him before returning to his own car and calling Speaker Long, "Old Long. Let me tell you something. I'm not sure if you know about it." General G quickly recounted how Tan Dongbang had used his Prime Minister's authority to release Hong Kong and torture the members of the Special Operations Forces. Speaker Long was sitting in his car on the way to the airport. He was so angry that his blood pressure was about to explode. "What did you say?" Tan Dongbang used his Prime Minister's authority to release Hong Kong and took 27 members of the Special Operations Forces to torture. He put down his phone and turned to look at Special Assistant Zhuang in exasperation. Tan Dongbang used his Prime Minister's authority to release Hong Kong. Did you know about this? Special Assistant Zhuang paused and quickly said, "I was busy with the reception with you today. No one told me." As he spoke, he called the Secretariat to ask about the matter. The Secretariat was busy for a while before someone came to pick up the phone. This person was the intern Special Assistant Yang had brought in, Rong Mingxing. She said carefully, "Special Assistant Zhuang, here's the thing. Early in the morning, someone from where Director Hong was being held called and said that Director Hong had something to talk to you about. I said you were in a meeting with Speaker Long and asked him what it was, but he said forget it, so I just recorded it." Not long after, they called again and said that Prime Minister Tan wanted to use his Prime Minister's authority to release Director Hong. At the time, you and Speaker Long were busy with the reception and didn't have time to answer the phone, so I took the initiative to ask Special Assistant Yang, who was on leave at home. He said that Prime Minister Tan had this authority. He didn't need to ask Speaker Long for the other party to release him, so I... The corners of Special Assistant Zhuang's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He couldn't take it anymore and said, "Special Assistant Yang is on vacation. How dare you ask him about something?" Then, he hung up the phone and said to Speaker Long guiltily, "Speaker Long, they did call, but our Secretariat didn't take it seriously, so..." Speaker Long suppressed his anger and looked at his watch. It was already 4:00 in the afternoon, and the German delegation would arrive in an hour. He could only say to General G, Old G, I'm on my way to the airport. I can't make it back in time. You have full authority to handle this matter according to the rules. You have my full authorization. After I'm done, I'll look for you to understand the situation. No problem. I will take care of it immediately. General G had been waiting for Speaker Long to say this. He had the style of a soldier and never procrastinated. As soon as he received Speaker Long's permission, he immediately deployed troops on the spot. He sent a team of military personnel to take over Tan Dongbang's security and replace the Secret Service personnel. By doing this, he was actually monitoring Tan Dongbang so that he wouldn't use his position as Prime Minister to make one last desperate struggle. General G and Speaker Long had originally thought that Tan Dongbang would be as quiet as a chicken at this point. They hadn't expected him to still be so active. Not only was he active, but he had also almost caused a huge mess. Tan Dongbang watched helplessly as his security personnel were all replaced by military personnel. His expression was unusually dejected. However, he didn't dare to object anymore. When he had been waiting for the car to leave, he had called Hong Kong several times and discovered that the man's cell phone had been disconnected. As soon as he couldn't find the person who had confidently said that he would protect him if anything happened, Tan Dongbang immediately realized that the situation wasn't looking good. He sat restlessly in the car, his forehead and back covered in sweat. After General G took control of the situation in the Secret Service, he used the military police to take over the entire department and conduct a new security review. The 27 staff members of the Special Operations Forces who had been tricked were successfully brought back by General G. You guys stay in the Special Operations Forces and don't go anywhere. Wait for Xiaoheng to come back and make the decision for you. Do you understand? General G personally escorted them back to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces and immediately called for the military doctors to examine their injuries. Chen Lai and Zhou Qiyuan came out to greet them. They were also shocked to see the injuries on these people. Zhou Qiyuan listened to General G's explanation and felt extremely ashamed. He quickly said, "It's my fault. If I had asked a few more questions, they wouldn't have been taken away so easily." General G patted his shoulder. "This isn't entirely your fault. Even Old Long and I didn't realize that this B*TCH Tan Dongbang could still use his privileges as Prime Minister to jump around. How can you guys be blamed?" Zhou Qiyuan didn't have any problems from a procedural point of view. Moreover, the Secret Service had used Deputy Minister Feng to invite them. Even if Hu Xiaoheng was here, he probably wouldn't refuse to let them go. At most, if he was here, Hong Kong wouldn't dare to come and lie. Although Zhou Qiyuan had a certain level of prestige, he definitely couldn't compare to Hu Xiaoheng. Therefore, General G was very lenient with him. "Don't worry, Chief. I will definitely look after the base and wait for Hu Xiao's return." Zhou Qiyuan gave General G a standard military salute. General G nodded. "All right, I don't need to say more. When Hu Xiao returns, tell him to come see me immediately." With General G's status, he didn't need to personally handle this matter. However, because it involved the Special Operations Forces, as well as Tan Dongbang and Hong Kong, he took it very seriously and didn't trust anyone else to handle it. General G called Speaker Long from the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. "Everything has been taken care of, but what about Hong Kong? He seems to have already run away." The Secret Service was under military control, so all personnel had to register and undergo a second inspection. However, Hong Kong wasn't among the registered personnel. General G left people in the Secret Service to search for Hong Kong. It was the 27 people from the Special Operations Forces who said that Hong Kong had already run away when they took over the Secret Service. At the time, they didn't chase after him because they had a legitimate reason to do anything in the Secret Service. However, they didn't have a reason to go out and capture Hong Kong. Hu Xiaoheng had taught them many times that they shouldn't interfere in domestic affairs if they could. If they wanted to interfere, they must have authorization. They all firmly remembered this in their hearts. Everyone had their own accounts and knew where they stood and what they should do in domestic affairs. At that time, Speaker Long had already arrived at the airport and was ready to receive the German delegation. He looked at Gu Nianji, who was standing not too far away from him, and whispered to General Ji. Hong Kongquan can't run away. Issue a warrant for his arrest. It was the second night watch, and the monthly votes had been delivered at 4,800 plus one night watch. It was the third night watch today. A reminder for everyone, recommendation votes and monthly votes. It was the third night watch at 9 p.m. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.